and similar for the up and down. So that means this up and down course is longer and it'll have a longer, a slower finishing time, of course, than a lot of these up and down specialists are used to. So it'll be quite interesting to see for those specialists when they look at the two tough climbs, two tough descents. They know the winning time will probably be south of 68 minutes, which is the record on the open course, so this course has been used locally for years. We're just seeing here second place Nuria Gil in yesterday's trail race, and here the Hugs for France, who totally dominated the ladies 47k, led home by Blondine here again. But for today's race, I'm curious to see how these slightly shorter distance mountain runners will adapt to the 17.6 kilometer format. I do think there will be racers here who believe they can take it out hard from the start.
I think in the under 20 races, that's definitely going to be the case. Five kilometers of, just intense action. I would think that it's going to be all about the opening kilometer and getting that right, and then settling into a very, very fast rhythm. The under 20 races are over 2 short laps, aren't they? Which could prove very interesting indeed.
Yes, we've spoken about this course a little bit over these days because it's kind of very challenging, because the most difficult trails we've seen here are the ones that are closest to the urban areas, at least in terms of just the treacherousness of the underfoot. And these juniors, they have 2 very sharp short climbs out on those trails and straight back down, short tarmac sections, which can be hard on the feet as well, because you need to readjust. Those sections that tend to be quite fast. So there's a lot of transition for the young runners that they'll have to deal with.
So yeah, it's going to be working their legs in a very different ways. It's interesting what you say about the course. I was reading something this morning on one of the national websites, and they claimed that the course was super fast and very easy going, but I think we're going to find that that's probably not exactly the case. It's quite loose we have run on the course, and it's quite loose underfoot. There's plenty of rocks that's going to take you out, and we noticed actually as we came in that there's quite a large number of medical crew here. I think they're predicting 1 or 2 falls.
Yes, and I went up again yesterday evening just to have a look at the early parts of the course to see how difficult would these descent stretches be for the runners coming in towards the end. And most of it is fairly straightforward. There's a lot of kind of red dirt track, but there are a few sections, especially next to these rocky walls, where it's extremely uneven. Now, as I was making my way down, it looked worse than it actually was, but I didn't have to run it at over 30 kilometers per hour.
Or indeed 30 kilometers an hour. Now that really is moving on the descent. So I'm quite interested as well in this race. The senior men's race is straight out and back, isn't it? So it's you're going to be revisiting that opening 9 kilometers that you've run on the out section. So that could be a way to work out your tactics for the event.
Yeah, that type of course, I think for those of us in the community, we have probably heard about it as it's like a lazoo, or one of these lollipop-shaped courses. So you've got a long out and back stretch that leads into a loop. This loop basically drops the runners down to the area where the junior race is taking place, this area of Barrial, which we've seen several times over these 3 days. And then the runners need to make their way back out of this area to rejoin this kind of corridor that is the main ascent and descent into this finish line here, where we see the runners warming up at the moment.
That's quite exciting. So they've got about 7 minutes to go. So just putting the final preparations to the last of the senior men's race here at the European Off-Road Championships.
As we see Marcelo Gonçalves here of Portugal. The Danes warming up. Yeah, we've got 12 teams, Paul, which is one of the biggest team competitions of this championship.
That's going to be really exciting. 12 teams. Wonder if it's going to be France were just unbelievable yesterday. So it's still very much open to see who's going to be the number 1 nation from this event. We've got, I think it's a case of Italy versus France, probably.
We have the added dynamic that quite a few of these athletes were competing on Friday early in the uphill only race. What we see, for instance, we have among the favorites Miguel Cabrera, who finished 4th in the up. And the big question with a lot of the, well, there's two questions really we have about the uphill only athletes. One is, how recovered can they be after 48 hours? And are they better on the descent than the climb? Because anyone who was there or thereabouts on Friday, but who has a strong descent, would be a major contender today.
Yes, I mean, looking at the local race yesterday, the winner he really stamped his authority in the descent. He was off the pace early on in the climb, but by the time they turned, and he just turned on the style, didn't he? And he had a beautiful, relaxed, very fast cadence. He was in full control, and he just pulled away for a huge victory. He ran about 26 minutes, but I think he won by about 3 or 4 minutes. It was a very easy win for him. We were going to find out. I think he could go the same way today. We could have someone who's just completely under control at running, as René says, at 30 kilometres an hour over rocky terrain.
As we do see that generally any local runner tends to run better on the type of trails that they're familiar with. So that's bound to be a difference. But at the same time, we have seen that a lot of the runners travelling from abroad have been extremely committed to the preparation. We know Barry McAvoy today has run the entire course. We know Blandin yesterday told the reporter Egon Hauner from European Athletics that she actually spent 10 days pre-championship just preparing and looking at the course, so that's to try and just erode a little bit of that home advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to read about how the teams have been here so long. I mean, normally for a road championships or for a track and field championships, it's a case of just popping in almost the day before. But these guys, winners, really got themselves used to the terrain and really understand the nuances of the separate sections, and they've got themselves properly prepared.
We're watching here Cesare Maestri, and he was the uphill only winner. So there's a man to watch today.
Yes, he was super confident in his interview after winning that. Watch out for today. So we're here and ready to watch out for him.
And he's got some very good company today. Like one of his teammates was not running the uphill. Is Xavier Gevrier, who is the 2017 European champion.
There's your countryman, Denmark, there, just getting themselves ready.
Yeah, the Danes and they have very, very rarely been represented here in the up and down. You're talking less than a handful of representations over the 21-year history of the original championship. But it was a real proud day for the Flat Nation yesterday. On the trail international team Facebook page, Mads Løring was called out for his 14th place over the 47k distance. For the Danes, that is a fantastic performance, and they should be proud.
Oh, for sure. And René, you also represent Ireland, or not represent, you live in Ireland, hence the Irish accent there. So when there's the Irish team, in fact, on the line.
Yeah, the Irish team today is fairly well represented as well. They've got here Timothy Johnston, James Kevin, who is from Northern Ireland, but representing the Republic, and then the aforementioned Barry McAvoy, as we said, the super recce man who has tested 5 or 6 different pairs of shoes to figure out what would be best for this course.
Yeah, we've come to love Barry. We've met him a couple of times at the finish line there, and it's interesting to see how much time he spends choosing what is the correct pair of shoes for what is a very technical event, really. So it pays off. I mean, there he is representing his country at the European Championships.
For only 3 minutes now, and we saw as well there that the Spaniard the Spanish runner in the middle with his 6:14 and the headband, that is Miguel Cabrera. So he was 4th in the uphill only, so he could be one to watch if he has a good descent in him. If he has the energy, he looks reasonably fresh.
I think that's the key, isn't it? The good descent. I mean, we kind of hope. I hope that Great Britain will really figure heavily in the second half of the race, given that Britons have such a strong tradition in fell running, which is all about descent. Really, there's many a fell runner that can be in the lead at the top, and nowhere by the time you get to the bottom.
Saw as well there in the green today, Timothy Bijan was, kind of one of the dark horses going into this championship, and he ran in the uphill as well. He's the Balkan champion, he's 4th ranked in the world at the moment, and he gets to lead out a team today. It'll be quite interesting to see if he can feature at all.
Okay, we're just going through the course there. You can see it's relatively local to El Paso here, but that doesn't mean in any way that it's flat or easy going. These foothills are pretty demanding, and it's going to really be a testing time.
Yeah, and you're pretty much, from this time you hit a trailhead here, you're already over 650 meters, and you tend to climb fairly steeply out of El Paso. A great benefit today is we should be getting more footage than for any of the previous races, simply because we don't have any of these very remote national park locations where it's slightly more difficult to get high quality cameras out there, and there's also, some restrictions, of course, about what you can bring into these areas.
Yeah, let's have a positive word for the cameraman today. So we've got a couple of runners who carry the cameras with them. So good luck to them trying to keep up with this kind of pace. They managed it yesterday, but that was in a 47-kilometer race, where the speed is very different. So, let's and
we're off.
There we go.
So Owen Flynn once again for the last of four. Okay, the last 4 races. Last 4 sets of medals. We've got 3 individual medals in each race. We have got 3 team medals in each race. 4 races, so you can do the math. It's 24 medals to hand out today, which means everything is in play. At the moment, Italy lead the medal table, but not by much.
Oh, it's going to be very exciting. So you can see that the first 200 meters, 300 meters or so is just on tarmac there. And you can swing right and onto the trails. They're that close to the trailhead.
For people who want to follow along as well, not just the visuals, but you want to check in, there's various options that we have today. You can go to the El Paso 22 results.european-athletics.com. I know that's a bit of a mouthful, but otherwise go to the European Athletics website. They've got beautiful coverage today. You can follow the live reports, the official you can see the medal standings, lots of other information from today's race and the races to come. You also have the possibility, either on your phone app or on your web browser, to follow in reventonelpaso.livetrail.run, or of course you can simply stay with us here. If you do comment on the YouTube channel, we will check in occasionally. If you have any good information, anything relevant, if you're out there on the course, we'll try and read aloud any comments that come in if the action today allows us to get through it.
Let's hope so, because yesterday was, we thank you enormously. It was very, very useful, because we had, at the best, we can call it sporadic coverage. So plenty of people out on the course were telling us who the leaders are, where the changes were occurring. Because we could only speculate off a quite clunky computer program that was predicting where the leaders might be on previous split times, which did not always exist.
We are seeing here this looks to be footage from slightly earlier. These, of course, the medals awaiting the runners when they return. So one of the great benefits of the up and down race here compared to the uphill only is that you do get this fabulous, huge finish line in El Paso to return to.
I just want to read you a quote that I read yesterday. I think this sums up the championships. It's a guy called Ricky Lightfoot, who was 21st yesterday in the 47-kilometer race. And so he says, strength does not come from winning. Your struggle develops your strengths. When you go through hardships and decide not to surrender, that is the strength. I think that sums up what this weekend has been about for so many runners.
Yes, for sure it does. And just to correct my earlier comment here, what we seem to be seeing here is the under 20 men just preparing for their imminent start. So we know they have a 30-minute gap now before they're sent out, because there is some overlap on the trails. And obviously this is something that needs to be carefully managed by an organization, but because the last thing you want is for a race to be decided by a collision between an uphill and a downhill runner coming into the same narrow stretch at the same time.
Yeah, we didn't see any collisions yesterday. We saw a collision on Friday on the very narrow trails, but I think today the paths look easily wide enough for comfortable running, let's say. But the under 20 men go in about 15 minutes time, so that's quite a hugely exciting moment for them to represent their country. That is what has been a fantastically successful opening of World Championships.
It has, and this new format, it really works, and we get this, as I say, semi-Olympic feel. We know there's not, of course, hundreds of events, and there's not, a city-sized Olympic village, but you do have a team hotel that's bustling for 3 days. You have Paso, which we've basically had a street party here since pretty much Wednesday, and it culminated yesterday evening, when something was given back to the locals in the form of a concert with band that is playing on top of the finish line. So you might notice this later today. There's a very, very good and talented local band who were entertaining us and the locals yesterday evening. But they're also, you can see them up there, getting ready. So as the runners finish, they put on Queen's "We Are the Champions."
Yeah, it was fantastic. In all seriousness, it was so good to see that thousands of locals coming out to enjoy what basically is a festival of trail running here in El Paso. So, I mean, you cannot praise the organisers enough. They've thought through every possible opportunity and have really made the most of this championships. And I'm sure plenty of these runners will be returning to run on what is an amazingly intricate network of trails all over the island.
We should, because we're really only scraping the surface here. These trails that are north of El Paso, there are two massive trails that basically cross the whole island. So we're talking, in total on this island, there's more than 1,000 kilometers of very well waymarked trail. Some of it will be familiar to the trail running experts out there, because they're part of the first big race to really put El Paso on the map, or not El Paso, La Palma on the map, which was the Trans-Volcania Ultra Race.
It's the ultimate holiday location, isn't it? You can deposit the family on the beach and then head out into the mountains and run for 4 or 5 hours and return for refreshing beer.
A very refreshing beer. And there are non-alcoholics for the really serious athletes listening in. But if you are looking at this location, as we shared the news yesterday that the Spanish Athletics Federation has earmarked 50 locations in Spain for setting up trail running, basically training and holiday camps. And El Paso made that list of 50. So that essentially when this center opens, you may be able to book yourself in and more or less live the life of the elite, of the semi-elite, and live the dream, even if it's only for a week or two.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, the Canary Islands have so long been about that, haven't they? I mean, many years ago, indeed many decades ago, I've trained in Lanzarote, which is one of the northern islands here, and that has exactly the same. It has beautiful trails to run and great facilities for holidaying and using it as a training facility. So we're just watching the British team just doing their final preparation there to get ready for what is going to be 5.2 intense kilometers.
For those who want to look up the centers we just talked about, you can look it up as Plan Trail 50. So that's the word to look out for future holidays. But now we are finally getting some footage from the race, and it does look here, the Italians leading it out. They've gone straight in the offensive in terms of defending their lead in the medal table. We have got here
6:33 from 6:17.
This is, as we expected, Cesare Maestri, and with Xavier Chevrier in close attendance. We've got
and 6:32.
6:32 is Xavier Chevrier, so the 2017 champion, and here we have a runner from Great Britain with 6:17, which is still. Oh, sorry,
this is France.
This is France. Yeah, this is the aforementioned Sylvain Cachard.
We got Switzerland in the running as well. There, something 5.6.
This could be Dominic
6,
Roy,
5,
who was second in the uphill only race.
5.6 from Switzerland. So there's a group of 4, but of course it's very early days yet. So they're getting just into a nice rhythm and looking all pretty strong. But I suggest that it's a little bit early to make any calls on where the title is going.
Yes, for sure. We can see that Cesare Maestri clearly wants to stamp his authority on the race early on, and given he won the uphill only, it may make sense for him to dominate the climbs, because he's already shown in that first race that he may be the strongest climber here. How good is he on the descent compared to the others? He may know that, and we will see. But definitely nothing will be decided at this early stage, and as we can see, this move is aggressive, but it hasn't quite broken the back of the field yet.
It's Spain going with it at number 614 for Spain.
So this is Miguel Cabrera.
It's beginning to splinter, isn't it? Early on there, there's one or two gaps. 615 Spain, but that's probably making the top 10 there. He is pretty good underfoot, but a little bit testing, I think. About 624 for Great Britain.
So if that's Maximilian Nichols, it's about 624, and here we've got as well Luca Merli, so he's currently the third placed Italian. See here the runners passing one of the many ambulance and emergency crew. You know, we counted 9 ambulances alone here at the finish line.
I think, I mean, that's a fantastic crew to be ready and available, isn't it? I imagine it's more for the descent than the ascent, but hopefully it's not for anything.
Yeah, we've got Joachim Kovar of the Czech Republic mixing it up with the leaders. And
it's pretty strung out, isn't it, already? We've only been running, we've been running 10 minutes or so.
We can see Timothy Bejan there, he's a Balkan champion with the 2 British runners for company. Sorry, 2 French runners for company.
But we'll say it again, credits to the cameraman there for keeping that pace going with the leaders, basically running at European Championship speed with a camera. So you can see the volcano in the far background there that is infamous on this island. The under 20 men have got just inside 10 minutes now before get their race underway.
Cool.
I think it's going to be, this race is going to be very much a case of all change on the descent.
We've got here another Maltese competitor, Simon Spiteri, and Malta's represented with 2 runners today. And here's this gully that is the trickiest part of the descent towards the very end. So they'll be coming back down this. As I say, it's not quite as difficult as it actually looks. It's quite tricky coming up because you need to either take very small steps. There's very little opportunity to get a good footing, or you need to take long, strong steps. You know, because it's like a tall step staircase. Coming down, however, if you're in control, if you're not under too much pressure, people should be okay. But if there was, you know, a very, very tight finish here with runners gambling everything, this would be a spot to look out for.
So here we go. This is the lead. This is the leader here. 633.
Cesare Maestri.
Yep, he's into his rhythm now, isn't he? And looks very strong and relaxed. And so I guess it's a case of just tracking him as closely as possible. He was a runaway winner in the uphill race.
And we see here this typically, you know, trail running physique, you know, just slightly stronger looking than what you will often be used to seeing from the, especially the East African track runners. But here we're on, I think we've moved to our Spanish colleagues doing a bit of a report on the volcano. But we are swiftly...
We're back.
We're back, yeah, we're swiftly
Much
back.
better.
And we are seeing here, Sylvain Cachard is trying to put pressure, or are they having a conversation?
I guess, yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So they're definitely trying to gap the field here. I cannot wait for the descent. This is going to be very, very interesting. It's we talk about it in cycling so much, don't we? And it's going to be the same difference between gold and silver in this trail running here. It's going to be the runner who is the bravest and who has the best technique, and also I think best energy supplies. Wow, that's a big break already, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it does appear like it's at least 200 meters.
We can go back to El Paso there, and we've got now. My watch says we've got 6 minutes to go, so they're probably just going through the last minute call.
One thing that we're heading into the first refreshment point of this course, which is very, very early on. So it's a lot of the men are unlikely to avail on it at this stage. So we've got 3 refreshment points in today's course. This is at a 2.5 kilometer point, so that means there is just over 15 kilometers left as the senior men's race is coming into this stage. We will have another refreshment point at 8.9 kilometers at the foot of the descent. And then the runners will return here at 15.5 kilometers. That means with just over 2.2 kilometers to go.
I feel the early refreshments is probably not required, but I don't know.
Best of luck, guys. Good luck, Slovenia. Good luck, Switzerland. Suerte, España. Good luck, Czech Republic. Good luck, Italy. Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
There seems to be a slight change in schedule because we're heading up here to 8:45. So it appears the organisers have decided to leave at only a 15-minute gap between these 2 races. We'll have to just give you an update on whether this will affect the timings of the ladies' races as well.
That's true. It could be 5 minutes earlier, maybe. But yeah, we'll update you as we go on. But here we go, under starters' orders.
And they're off here. We have got 26 runners, so this is a slightly smaller field than the senior men's race, but there's still 6 teams battling it out. We've got Czech Republic, Spain, France, Great Britain, Ireland and Italy, as well as individual athletes from Portugal, Slovenia and Switzerland.
They're taking a slightly different route to the trailhead, is that right? It looks that way, doesn't it?
Yes, they start with where the men's race began, taking the steepest ascent-descent out of El Paso, which was used for the descent of most of the races yesterday. The men here are kind of looping out to the left, so they're taking a little tour downhill at first of the suburbs. This is
very fast going, isn't it?
It's very fast going, but it allows for some good footage, because the runners here will have ran over a K inside the urban area before they actually hit the trails.
Wow, this is. I'm slightly nervous that people have gone off slightly too quick, but it is such a fast descent. The hills here are very, very steep in El Paso.
There's definitely no more dangerous start to race than a downhill beginning, because it's so easy. You cannot feel as easily that your heart rate is actually higher than it should be. We see the front runners of the men's race as well.
So yes, that's probably 3rd and 4th, do you think?
I would expect so. I cannot see how the Swiss and the Spanish athlete we're seeing here would have been able to catch Sylvain Cachard and Cesare Maestri at this stage. They were looking strong. They were well under control.
I think I could see 2 out in front of them, so I think they were 3rd and 4th.
We have 2 of the runners to look out for in this race are actually the local runners, because we have Alvaro Ozanz, who was he was 3rd in the senior men's uphill, despite being able to run here in the under 20 up and down. And also we've got Marcus Villamura, who was 3rd in the under 20 uphill.
So we're into the forest paths now, and so a little bit of the there's a pine needle surface, a little bit slippery, but pretty smooth and pretty forgiving, actually. So this is quite good for your legs, this path.
Yes, and as you get to this point, most of the early climb has been surmounted, and it just levels out slightly. It's much more pleasant running here, but it won't be long until they will get into steeper tracks, as the route climbs up to a high point that is very close to 1,000 meters.
I think that's what makes this race quite as exciting as it is. It's a real mix, isn't it, of the traditional mountain running and the traditional trail running. So it's where the 2 sports have blended pretty much perfectly to create this demanding testing event. Watching the
seems to be could be the first Danish competitor. We've seen most of the Irish runners have passed through now, and this appears to be. Wearing the 649 here, we've got Gaspar Brega of Slovenia.
So they had a great day on day 1, Slovenia.
It's a country, Slovenia, that has hosted a lot of championships and World Cup races over the years, you know, so they have a lot of really famous traditional mountain running courses.
So today's race is going to be very different to yesterday's. Anyone that watched yesterday's race, I think there was quite a high level of fatigue, but this is going to be more of a case of speed and cadence, and not fatigue, but perhaps mental fatigue, where keeping yourself sharp and ready to cover every move. There's the beautiful mountain in the background there.
And we're getting the timings here from the Questa timing points. So indeed, Cesare Maestri is together, working with Sylvain Cachar. We've got Dominic Rolli, as I said, the third placed in the uphill only race, and he's followed by Christian Matisse, his compatriot, in fourth. Xavier Chevrier as well, another one of the pre-race favourites. Fifth, we've got a Norwegian, so there may be a bit of a dark horse here, Halfdan Emil Ferro. The two local favourites, Miguel Cobera and Alejandro Garcia, in 7th and 8th, with Alberto Vender from Italy in 9th, and Hans-Peter Innerhofer also ran with his brother in the race on Friday.
It's interesting, doesn't it? That almost poses more questions than answers there, because yes, it does look like a commanding lead early on, but as we keep saying, I feel like one or two of those runners have definitely got dark horses when it comes to return and the fast descent.
If we look at the timing, so they took the runners 12 minutes to cover the first 2.5 kilometers of the race. The expected winning time is less than 68 minutes. You know, we expect that this field will be able to break the existing record on this course, which was set by obviously very, very competitive runners, but not in a championship environment.
It's a local event until here. So this is the under-20s of. It's a very narrow early path, isn't it? So this really is going to string them out. A single file only.
Yeah, this treacherous gully along the. Actually, sorry, this is an earlier gully, and it is equally treacherous to the one we saw the senior men coming up. It's extremely uneven, and some of the more observant viewers may notice there are these irrigation metal pipes, straight down parallel with the path. So you have to watch it a little bit, because that's smooth, rounded surface. It can be tricky.
Well, we can't see the numbers yet, but clearly that's a 1-2 for Spain, with Great Britain in third.
Yes, it does seem like Spain really they want to exchange the 2 bronze medals that these 2 gentlemen secured for themselves on Friday, maybe with something slightly more precious.
Spain also had a great day one, didn't they, on the uphill only race? Picked up what amazingly for them is a rare team gold medal. I think Spain would be super dominant in the mountain running. That's number 108 maybe? 08 anyway. Just looking for our start list. 404. 414 for Britain, 404 for Spain.
404 actually is Juan Castillo, so he was not running on Friday. So this might then be fresher legs taking the lead.
So that's 3 away there. 414 for Britain, just dropping his arms and looking quite relaxed.
That's Fraser Gilmore, and just from I would expect he might be representing the Scottish Federation.
Yes, I think so. We dangerously won't call him English.
I suppose and credit where credit is due, because just like we mentioned the Norwegian renaissance that we're seeing at the moment, Scotland is, they've done so much for Team GB in this.
Scotland is a powerhouse in the world of mountain running for all sorts of reasons, tradition, location. But I mean, they know what they're talking about when it comes to trail and mountain running.
We just saw Benjamin O'Dowd there coming into view before the signal dropped from the course. We're getting a close-up.
It's a beautiful flag in El Paso there.
Yes, I think this is one of the arches. So we're getting a cameraman here showing a bit of
art. Ready for the. Well, I mean, the finish line will be a sight that people will happily see. My wife is out there somewhere checking it out at the moment. So we've got in the under 20s races, though, I think we only have probably 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, we should let's bring the viewers through the junior course just once more for those who missed it. So it's only 5.4 kilometers, but it does have a 620 meter elevation gain. Sorry, that it has a 310 meters gain and the same descent. So that's what on the British and Irish Islands, we tend to only really talk about the uphill. But when you compete on the continent, you're often, when you read a race description, you'll be told the vertical. So that can sometimes look very scary because it tends to double the up and the downhill together. So just in case you're signing up for a continental race, just make absolutely sure you know what figure you're looking at. The young racers today are going to get up to a maximum height of 640 meters. The maximum time they have to complete the race is a mere 32 minutes.
Yeah, I think they're going to be much quicker than that. So hopefully we'll pick up another camera pretty soon, really, because they must be. I guess they're running a 2-lap race, aren't they? So we should see them on that early path that we saw just there with the pipe running down the side. So
yeah, thankfully for them, I was running down that particular stretch yesterday. They do not have to come back that way.
Oh, okay.
And it is definitely the most unpleasant of the descents I've been on during this event. So I think
Britain have made a move here. This is Fraser.
This is looking good.
I would suggest that's a significant move. That's a commanding move. So we've got 10 minutes running. So
great move by Fraser Gilmore, and he's looking extremely relaxed.
He does look very, very good, doesn't he? So is this heading into the second lap now, René?
Yes, he will be. So as soon as he passes through the start-finishing area, he will have to begin his second climb.
So he looks like he's got about a 6-second lead.
We're now 10 minutes into this race.
20 minutes. So if this race takes around 20 minutes, that is 4-minute kilometer speed over pretty demanding terrain. That's really fast going. So we can see Spain 2 and 3 and possibly Italy in 4.
This looks like slightly hard to tell just from this angle, but I would say it's at least a 200-meter lead here that Fraser Gilmore has carried out for himself, and it appears like he's being chased by the 2 Spanish runners that appeared to have the lead in the early gully.
Yeah, it's been all change on that ascent, isn't there? So here we go. This is the early descent. There you go, and here we go.
We're seeing
some action in the men's race.
Yes, this appears to be some of the early switchbacks that in the middle of the first climb for the senior men.
Yeah, he's stretching his lead. I'm just doing a head count there. That's way more than 6 seconds already. So he's going to be a tough guy to beat now, I think.
Yeah, if you have a lead already in a race like this and you can just keep your leg turnover high on a descent like this, it's very, very hard for the runners behind you to make up any time because they would have to gamble. They would have to bring themselves into a zone that could leave them too flat the second ascent. So these runners may be calculating that we just have to keep in the same area, keep him in sight, and hope that he has slightly overdone it so that we can catch him back on the. I
think that's hope now. He looks pretty strong, doesn't he?
He looks very, very strong. Unless one of the other runners has an absolutely fantastic second descent, it's hard to imagine because he doesn't look like someone who has overcooked it.
No, he doesn't. He looks like he's fully in control and on his way to a gold medal.
So we must remind as well the viewers that the senior men at this stage have run roughly 42 minutes at this stage.
Okay. It's very difficult to tell, obviously, as we're getting the same pictures you guys are getting, but I'm looking possibly Spain are well positioned there in the team.
Well, just a correction that of course they haven't run they have run for 28 minutes at this stage. So we still have roughly
early days for mathematics.
That's it, yeah. The coffee I had this morning was quite short, but because after the festivities yesterday, the cafes haven't quite opened yet here.
But we're looking almost at the turn, 28 minutes. They are going to be turning at 32 minutes, I would So 34 minutes.
Roughly 32 minutes. So they will be coming into the eastern suburbs of El Paso.
Well, our cameraman, the running cameraman, is just getting a little breather there, getting ready to. He's going to have to move on the descent, isn't he? It'll be a challenge for him. We saw him suiting up earlier, so he looks pretty fit, to be fair.
I believe we saw a Czech runner just making his way through. He must be towards the back of the field. So if you're listening and you're wondering, when will you see the first finishers, if you want the Irish, then you definitely get yourself settled in for 9:30, because 9:30, it'll be less than 10 minutes until you'll see the senior male finisher in the up and down race. Long before that, we're going to have the confirmation of who's going to be the very first under 20 men's champion in the up and down race at the off-road championship. So we're getting an update here. Fraser Gilmore led after the first lap in 10:28 for the 2.7 kilometers, followed by Marcus Villamora of Spain in 10:41. So he's got a 13-second lead. Rounding at the podium, 1 second back is Elia Matteo of Italy, and he has company by Matteo Badea from his team. 2 seconds back, Juan Castillo of Spain, another second back. So they're really close together in the chasing pack. Finlay Grant is only 5 seconds off the podium at the moment. We've got Anatole Bertoli in 10:51, and Tom Grudgington here of Ireland in 10:55. So there is a small chance of an Irish medal here. So 13 seconds off the podium, and currently actually working together, it appears, with Edward Corden, who we saw on Friday in the uphill only race. And then we have another Spanish runner in 10th. So that means the team competition is heating up, because we've got Italian runners in 3rd and 4th, and Spanish runners in 2nd, 5th and 10th at the moment.
And British runners in 1,
6 and 9th. Yeah, so that would make it currently 16 points for Britain and 17 points for Spain. So
well, that is close. So I'm just looking up a few stats of Fraser there. He's I'm going to boldly predict that this is a done deal. He's at an 8:30 flat 3,000 meter runner, so, and a 4:13 1,500 runner. So anyone that wants to beat him now is going to have to have some a good turn of speed.
Yes, he would need that. That is the one, you could say, curse. If you are a traditional mountain runner, a real off-road animal, and you know that the runner in front of you, has the skills, has the experience on hills, but he's also got these tremendous track times, you cannot get anything on them in the final areas of most courses, which just tend to flatten a bit, like we have here. This very long finish on the roads where he's bound to come in.
Well, he's the course record holder at Ambleside as well, so he's he really does have a.
He really is the full package. Yes.
He really has everything under control, I think.
Yes, for those who wonder, well, what is Ambleside? Well, Ambleside is a 2 mile straight up and down. It's basically middle distance mountain running, so that you need tremendous speed and technique, because it's not an easy course.
No, it isn't. So, compared to Ambleside, this is very easy, I think. So we shouldn't keep. We shouldn't count our chickens too early, but so let's get back to the action. And we've got one of our drones up at the moment, obviously.
And just for to give a slight call out there to the Irish at home that I'm so familiar with. So Tom Crudgington is a relative newcomer to the sport here, so it would be a fantastic result with a top 10. He is representing Newcastle AC in County Down, so he's from Northern Ireland, and he's actually only one recorded race in the Republic of Ireland, which he did then duly win.
Yeah, that's a good record then, unbeaten.
Yeah, he's a young enough runner, and he's recently ran 15:54 for 5K in Belfast.
Oh, okay. So yeah, pretty quick. So I think we're looking at now the final kilometre, aren't we? Is this the under-20s?
El Barrial. This should be the senior men's race. I think this is the stretch we are seeing where the runners re-enter the urban areas of El Paso. So they just have the short road stretch that they need to navigate. And it's going to be now a very short
and steep road, isn't it? We ran in El Barrial.
Yes, the descent is quite steep and tough on the legs, but there is this, I believe what we're looking at here is the flat section at the bottom. It's not very long, like very, very quickly they'll see a small trail, a small narrow trail on their right here, and that then will signal the beginning of the final climb of the course.
Yeah, they're definitely moving along at some pace there, aren't they? Kind of interesting to see exactly the speed they're running, but close to 3 minute per kilometer speed on descent like that.
And as you predicted, we're roughly halfway through the senior men's race at this stage, and this is very close to the halfway point.
And in theory, the second half will be fractionally quicker. Is it more of a? It is up and down, but it's more of a descent going back, isn't it?
It is, of course, a lot. It'll be individual because there will be perhaps one or two runners in this field who may slow down on the second part, just having gone out that little bit too hard, maybe having to, you don't always have a choice in a race because you might have set yourself certain goals that you wanted to achieve. You mightn't have liked the pace, but sometimes what's the choice? Are you going to gamble?
This is action from the under-20s.
Yeah, under-20 descent here. You could see the marker there for the final kilometre. So this is something else I noticed during my recce yesterday, that they've put in markers at 1 and 2 kilometres out just to give a little bit of warning to the runners as they come down. And it looks like we are still seeing...
Difficult to work out there, isn't it?
It is difficult to work out, but...
Is this the front runners? If it is, this is a major change. But I'm... French runner, 408.
This is Anatoly Bertou. He does. If this is still
I
Fraser
think that's
Gilmore,
Fraser has been close. Is that Fraser in front of him?
If that is the case, then this is an
closed.
amazing descent by Anatole Bertou.
Yeah. Well, France were super impressive yesterday, and I think he's about to trump that.
Yeah, it looks it. It looks it. He must have drawn inspiration from seeing what World Mountain Running, they basically described as a total dominance of France yesterday. You can see
this really is going to be all about a sprint finish.
This might save Fraser Gilmore because once he can get himself off this gravel, he's on the road. He should be.
He's not in the lead.
What are we seeing here? Let's see. Italian,
wow,
Spanish.
Amazing. Italy, Spain.
We've got in the lead now instead. It's Elia Matteo. And look at those strides. This is the sprint style we described yesterday.
Well, there we go. That shows you the importance of your descending skills. As he wasn't even in the picture at halfway, and then has just turned on the power.
Yeah, and he's got the gap he needed. The Spanish runner is trying everything he can to get gold. It looks like Fraser Gilmore's back in third position.
Yeah.
The French runner couldn't quite catch him.
Yeah.
And it is a win for Italy. It's a win for Elia Matteo.
And a great bronze for Fraser there, but...
and Marco...
But what a victory there.
Marco Villamuera, he traded up. His third in the under-20 uphill was traded up to silver today. And some consolation for the early leader with the bronze medal.
It's Finley Grant for the bronze medal, not Fraser. Apologies.
That's an extraordinary turnaround.
No, that's hard. It's hard to call, isn't it? That's incredible.
And here, could this be Fraser Gilmore, who's just crossed the finish line? And we have got here what appears to be the second French runner. And here's another Spanish. He knows how important this is for the team points.
Well, that shows you, doesn't it? It's
a fantastic run by Tom Crudgington.
Don't call the race too early in this one.
Oh, what drama. It really looked like over a short, fast race like this, it would be impossible to claw back. But clearly, this descent allows people who are very, very confident to take back quite a few seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the descending skills are nothing short of miraculous. That's incredible skills that they've just demonstrated. To run such a spectacular second run. Amazing.
Saw there Maš Židnik from Slovenia, and here I think this is the final Spanish finish line. Yeah, he feels like he's spent. And it's just, it looks like he might. Oh, he's taken a fall right on the chest.
He's taken a fall for sure.
Yeah. This is one of these full frontal falls that you sometimes take when your foot chips a rock. Actually, he doesn't look too bloodied.
Oh, just in shock, really.
Yeah. The impact can be quite bad, and bruised bones would be a common result of an impact like that. We've got 420 with 423. This is Simone Giolitti.
Well, we can't call the team there, can we? That's changed. We felt that Great Britain were in the lead at the halfway point, but that has changed dramatically in the second half.
We've got the winner. Very, very pleased with himself.
And rightly so. France was super dominant yesterday, but we're looking like Italy are keen to take back that title.
They seem to take great pride in being the mountain running nation.
There's our cameraman heading back out.
And yeah, Viva España.
Oh, do we think Spain have won the title?
4:05 on the right is Fabian Venero. I think he was the 4th Spanish finisher today. Of course, just to remind the listeners, it is the first 3 across the post that contribute to the team score.
Which there's no way of predicting that at the moment.
And we're back here. This could be Christian Matisse of Switzerland at Barrial de Arriba. That means the arrival in Barrial. Heading back out onto the trails now for the main part of the second and final climb of the senior men's race.
So shall we speculate, Raleigh? Do you think the men's race has changed quite so dramatically as the under-20s race there, as we see a group of 4 just working together there? Wow, that is a spectacular looking injury. Mostly mud, I would.
He looks like he fell. There is a section where they had basically repaired the path, so you could see huge diggers up there had put out what was basically just a broad path of red sand. So with a bit of luck, he picked that area to fall. We're seeing one of the Italians, and again, you see these runners are not in the lead. This is probably around the first third to middle of the field.
We've got 40 minutes in the men's race, so we're looking at 65 minutes, 15 minutes before the real drama begins. There's the Norwegian runner.
Yes, we've seen him before in this Steen Somerset.
He's been a busy weekend.
He has had a very busy weekend. There's an interview here. He's explaining the fall. Unfortunately, we do not have a signal. We might be able to get some comments later from our crew at the finish line, where he fell and what were the circumstances.
Just see if we can pick up the sound. He's celebrating gold.
He certainly so well that they might just. There was only 1 point in it with Great Britain, and given
here we go.
Yes, so let's see. No, this is the up and down at Pino. So this is the halfway stage. Cesare Maestri is still in the lead with Sylvain Cachard right on his shoulder. Dominic Rowley, they've carved out a gap now of over half a minute, and Xavier Chevrier as well for the 16 seconds back. We've got Hans-Peter Innerhoff in 5th, Christopher Richards with him in 6th. Manuel Innerhofer, Hans-Peter's twin brother, is 2 seconds back. And we've still got Alberto Vender in 8th, but there's been a bit of change towards the end here of the top 10. We've now got Alejandro Garcia working together with Miguel Cobera in 9th and 10th.
Yeah, so there's no way of calling that, is there? So boldly we would say that the first 2 are away for gold and silver, but such is it's very close between 4th and 10th there that they could easily swing that around. Getting some aerial views there of this is the final part. So we've got 10 minutes before the guys hit this surface. So
currently, for those who want to remind our listeners, go back to revent.elpaso.livetrail.ron. You can actually see their expected arrival times, which is based on the speed people usually cover these segments in. So at the moment, Cesare Maestri and his companion Sylvain Cachard of France, they are due to arrive there at 9:31, but I suspect it's going to be slightly earlier than that.
I think so. We checked a few Strava records yesterday and they were all broken.
We're seeing some of the supporters here making their way out.
I think so. They look quite easy paced, don't they? There we go. So the smaller mountain there is the volcano. The smaller mountain is the volcano that exploded. There we go. The British team just the team manager Mark there just reviewing the action. They're
trying to understand where they've landed. Some concerned looks in those faces.
And rightly so. I mean, we definitely shows you Fraser. He looks happy enough now. So I think there's definitely a team medal for them, but what colour is it?
We see one of the Swiss runners, I think, to present the trails and left the Barrial area.
Is it a back marker? Sure. Interesting to know the speed of the back markers, wouldn't it? Because yesterday we spotted him at the finish line. A former British rate from the 1980s and 1990s ran in this race and took him 90 minutes. So he was disappointed with, but I think actually in hindsight he's going to find that that's quite fast.
How old would Andy be these days?
I don't like to age him, but let's say over 50.
I think this is seems to be an interview with our Italian winner. And is there an incident out on the course, or is this just supporters? They don't look too concerned.
Oh, I was going to say they do look concerned.
Oh yes, it does appear there's a runner sitting on the ground there receiving medical attention.
And I think rightly the organisers have got a great crew out today to make sure of that. We did look at it quite surprised to see so many ambulances, but
see here Ireland and Denmark coming into the final climb.
We climbed that on day one. Is that the climb we ran on day one? No, that's paved, isn't it?
I think, yes, it looks different. Yes, we can see. I actually suspect it just looks different because there's been a lot of traffic up. I think what we are seeing here is just tire tracks from big vehicles.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We know there was a few trees down on this section, and there was a bit of work done just to make sure that they wouldn't be there by the time the runners arrived.
Yes, a tree came down. They were logging as I ran by, and a tree came down, not dangerously, but maybe 2 minutes before I arrived. It was across the path, just clearing the way. It's a national forest, so national park, so they're just making sure everything is perfect. I would suggest it is. So here we go. We're kind of getting excited. We've got
final result in the Elite Under 20. So just confirming that Elia Matteo won it in 21:45 for the 4.5k. We've got Marcus Villamura 4 seconds back. Finlay Grant, as you said there, well spotted, Paul. He's another 4 seconds back. Fraser Gilmore, the early leader, he ran back into 5th position, and in the end he was 17 seconds off the podium. But Anatole Berthaud in 4th. Let's have a look at the team competition. So we've got 2nd, 6th. That's 18 points for Spain, and 8. It's gone. Yeah, we will just check in. We obviously have the final classification is available as well on the European Athletics homepage.
Very happy Italian there. So reviewing the results and seeing we're waiting patiently to see. Here we go. We must pick up the leaders very soon. just checking to see if he can find the team results for us.
In fact, we can see Great Britain had 3rd, 5th, and 8th, which would leave them on 16 points. So that should be enough to confirm.
Okay, we were on 16 points at the halfway. So that's amazing, isn't it? So we had a different configuration at halfway with the lead.
It looks like
Great Britain have won,
and it looks like bronze for Italy. So Italy, of course, with the winner, and they had to support him. They had Matteo Bardea in 13th and Simone Guitti in 14th, which would give them 28 points.
They must know the results now, I think. France, how did they do?
We'll check in on France here. So we have France with the 4th, 9th, and the 12th. So sorry, France look like the bronze medalist here. That'll make it a little bit more exciting in the medal table, because the more medals Italy, who currently lead the overall medal table.
Oh, here we go.
This is
France.
Sylvain Cachard.
He was the early leader in the with the Italian. This is a commanding-looking lead, but I'm reluctant now to say if that's a definite.
I had some suspicion that this could happen, because looking at Sylvain Cachard's results this year, he's very well placed in what's called the UTMB index, which means competing in these very, very long races that qualify. Yeah, he's got a very good lead here on Cesare Maestri. You have to remember as well, Cesare Maestri ran the uphill-only race only 48 hours ago, where Sylvain Cachard here is taking it out on him on fresh legs.
He's clearly, I mean, it's all about your descending skills, isn't it? And if you're a UTMB, highly placed in a UTMB points, you've got some incredible descending skills. As you were talking, descending tens of thousands of meters.
In this season, Sylvain Cachard has competed in 2 events, both over the 23 to 26 kilometer distance, and he's won both.
Okay, so yeah, he's a dominant runner.
Yeah, he's got this. He has the endurance to, he's clearly used to racing for slightly longer than this event, and that always made him a danger to Cesare Maestri, because it would be very unlikely that he would be short on endurance coming into the second half of the race.
Here's the bronze medalist.
Yes, looks to be Raleigh. So again, someone who ran on a Friday. So despite the fact that there may be some tiredness in the legs, not so much that they're not competitive today.
No, it looks.
That
explains one or two of the falls. It's a little bit slippery. So that looks like the destination of the medals, unless these guys can really work together and really turn on the turbo. So we've got 1, 2.
This is a good group,
4, 5 working together here.
So we've got here with 6 to 32. This is again Xavier Chevrier, as we said, the world number 4.
British runner just at the back there.
It can help as much as hinder, but sometimes if you're running alone as a chaser, it can be very difficult to judge your effort, especially here, because you can't really see where the front runners are due to the trees and the zigzags. But if you're in a group, every single person in that group is going to be putting pressure on the next one, so that can help reel in someone running alone out front.
They've still got 12 minutes to run, probably. So there's still plenty of time to work together. So we're not going to make the error of calling the 1, 2, 3 already. So there's a vague chance that the bronze medal, I think, could change,
especially after what we just saw in the junior men's race. Like just the amount of seconds that the Italian was able to claw back on Fraser Gilmore in over a much shorter distance than what is available now to these senior runners.
I can't get over that. In fact, Fraser had looking strong, and as we said, is a course record holder on a pretty demanding course at Ambleside. He didn't run badly. The other guys ran amazingly well.
Las 9:22 minutos, estamos ahora mismo en directo en el Paso, disfrutando.
Spanish producer just telling us something about El Paso there. Unfortunately, we don't speak Spanish, so that cuts us out of the equation. Oh, here we go.
Dos vueltas al circuito. En la primera vuelta te hemos visto un poco quizá más rezagado. En la segunda quizá ya se ha sentado de alguna manera la posición, pero desde dentro, ¿cómo lo has vivido?
Buah, en resumen ha sido una locura. De principio se ha salido muy rápido, ya lo habíamos hablado en el equipo, de ir de menos a más, a vigilar y a apretar en la segunda vuelta. Y ya para cuando he querido apretar y dar el máximo en la segunda vuelta, pues ya se me estaban escapando y suerte que en la bajada me lo he jugado, iba a muerte y he adelantado 2 o 3 posiciones y luego aquí he estado sprintando hasta meta, pero súper dura. Íbamos muy fuerte, bajando íbamos a 2:20 o así, un ritmo de locos. Y luego subiendo pues igual, ya ir en fila india, intentar luchar por la posición y agonizando todo el rato.
Fabián, de durar la carrera 2 kilometrillos más, hubiésemos rascado algo más, ¿no?
Yo creo que sí, porque a mí, lo hablábamos con Jan, venimos de la montaña y nos van mejor carreras más duras, con más kilometraje, en las que es más un esfuerzo mantenido y no tan explosivo. Pero bueno, al final le hemos dado todo, se ha visto cuando hemos llegado a meta que hemos llegado exhaustos y hemos quedado segundos. Si no había para más, pues bueno, ¿qué se le va a hacer?
Como pueden ver nuestras cámaras, aparte de ser buenos corredores, son unos guaperas estos tíos. Ya os digo que, Fabián, encantadísimo.
Igualmente, un placer.
Lanza un saludo a la gente que te está viendo ahora mismo.
Pues muchas gracias a todo el apoyo, la verdad que se agradece mucho teneros detrás y es un honor representar a este país y luchar sudando la camiseta.
Enhorabuena, Fabián. Vamos a pasar con Álvaro. Álvaro, buenos días.
Buenos días.
¿Cómo estás?
Bien, ahora un poco mejor. Hace 5 minutos cansadete.
Estaba agonizando, lo digo yo. Han entrado todos, la verdad es que a cuchillo. Bueno, te hemos visto muy valiente salir ahí delante con Jan en la primera de las cuestas, ya ibais tirando. La verdad es que no queríais perder el ritmo en ningún momento, no obstante, si se hacía algún corte, queríais estar ahí adelante en ese corte. Y yo creo que al final eso se ha cumplido de alguna manera, aunque en la segunda vuelta hayamos perdido un poco más de fuelle. Pero bueno, desde dentro, Álvaro, ¿cómo ha sido?
Sí, la verdad que como bien has dicho, he salido con la idea de ir al corte, ir al grupo de adelante. En el vertical me quedé un poco más detrás y tal vez me faltó esa valentía de ir delante. Y ahora he salido delante y digo, aquí a mantener en el grupo. Hemos ido con Jan y otro chico italiano en el grupo de adelante, dándonos ataque a ver si hacíamos hueco con los de detrás. Pero la verdad que no se han quedado y bueno, ha tocado subir en la segunda vuelta, pero contento de haberlo luchado hasta el final y conseguir un 6º puesto.
Álvaro, te conocí muy pequeñito y ahora ya me pasas. Esto va al revés en mi caso. Lanza un saludo también para casa. ¿Qué les dices de toda la gente que está ahí detrás? La selección, los técnicos, los familiares, en este caso tus padres.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias a todos por el apoyo. La verdad que se ha notado muchísimo. La selección, pues una pasada. Esta semana se ha notado mucho el apoyo de todos los técnicos y todos los que nos han estado apoyando. Y la verdad que es un orgullo formar parte de esta selección y representar a este país.
Qué educados los tenemos. Muy bien, aplausos por aquí. Venga, vamos ahora con Jan. Jan, enhorabuena, si me permites, y valiente lo tuyo.
Bueno, valiente es lo que quedaba, la verdad. Yo he salido a ganar un poco como siempre y no ha podido ser. De repente, ¡pum! He hecho un petardo de los buenos, pero yo he intentado darlo todo como siempre hago y un placer estar aquí. Un poco lo que han dicho mis amigos, que es una suerte, somos muy afortunados, tenemos un equipo detrás que nos cuida muchísimo y a lo mejor es eso que he dicho antes, no ha sido hoy, tampoco a lo mejor no será mañana, pero seguro que algún día saldrá y hostia, bueno, y ha salido realmente, mis compañeros han hecho un papel de mucho cuidado, o sea, que muchas gracias.
Bueno, ya no tires balones fuera porque sí hay que destacar la valentía que has tenido en todo momento de arriesgar desde el principio y luego, bueno, quiero remarcar que ahora mismo ya vas un poco más limpio, pero has llegado a meta, hemos podido ver las imágenes que bueno, la verdad es que has aterrizado. ¿Cómo ha sido eso y en qué momento?
No, ya a la última bajada, las ganas de llegar, yo creo, que he intentado saltar a ver si llegaba y no he llegado aquí aún. Y he aterrizado y bueno, y ya está. Me he tropezado yo mismo, creo, iba un poco así, pero bueno, pero ya está, sí, ahora bien y a disfrutar de lo que queda.
Ya, lo mismo que tus compañeros, lanza un saludo a toda esa gente que os está apoyando.
Bueno, ya lo han dicho, muchas gracias a todos para apoyar ese deporte y a tope, a seguir.
Bueno, pues estas son las palabras de nuestros chicos. No queremos olvidarnos de Marcos Villamuera, que hace también un papelón. Ahora mismo no puede estar con nosotros, pero no obstante, desde aquí también mandamos un caluroso y afectuoso saludo a sus padres, a su familia y a toda la gente que también le ayuda y le apoya. Chicos, muchísimas gracias. Nos han hecho disfrutar en estos 5 kilómetros, que si llega a durar un poco más, esto hubiese cambiado mucho.
A bit of news from the finish line from the British team. They're very happy, which is no surprise there because we think they've won. But they were a little bit disappointed. They couldn't not believe the speed the Italian came by in that last lap. They thought it was a done deal for the gold medal, and then the Italian just put on the turbocharge and just went straight through the field. Unbelievable.
Yeah, here we see some of the impact of that fall we saw from the Spanish athlete. But at the moment, the leaders in the senior men's race, as we just saw there, Sylvain Cachard was descending the most difficult part of that descent. So if he can get through that clean, as it appeared he was just about to do, he looks like the winner. I think I'll dare that prediction.
Well, I've already completely got that wrong doing predictions, so I'm not going to agree with you at this stage. But I am really. He's looking very strong, doesn't he? And he's. I think it's going to take something truly miraculous to pull back that. But you know, they've done it already in the under-20s, which to pull back, what was a sort of 15-second lead with only 2 kilometers to go from a course record holder is just stunning. No wonder they're so surprised with the British team.
We can see here the Spanish athlete is just getting into the Cruz Roja for a bit of treatment. We're hoping now that we will have some footage from the course soon, so it would be really exciting to see exactly what's happening on this final descent.
Okay, so we've got a spy in the camp, so she's going to try and get us some quotes as the finish line, so that'll be good. There we go. It's getting exciting. I think I was just thinking about the day so far. I think the best word that sums it up is dramatic. I mean, what looked like a done deal is turned on its head, and I think hopefully we're going to see similar drama all afternoon, all morning in the women's race.
Here is Sylvain Cachard, and he looks to be moving really, really well. We don't know how many seconds he's gone now to the second place, Cesare Maestri.
We saw the guys yesterday tackling this part in the 47-kilometer race.
It's big. If we look, I think we just caught a glimpse of it there, Paul. It looks like a big lead.
Yeah,
and he's looking back. He don't want. He
don't do that.
No, he won't want to do too much of that. This is the red section. See, this is
it's not far now, is it?
No, and this is fairly straightforward from here on in. Like that, there isn't anything here that would truly challenge an experienced hill runner.
Yeah, I think he can say he could probably pick up a flag from this point on and be comfortable with his victory.
Well, I say if the wind direction is in the wrong way, he might be disqualified because it could be.
A turn there.
I think they look to be calling him back.
You don't want to go the wrong way, or maybe it was the cameraman taking a quick shortcut.
Yeah, there's a few places here in the final part of the course where these paths crisscross a lot. And the race organisers done this. Actually seems to be some of the chasing pack.
This is closed up, has it? This is second and third.
There seems to be a runner in the Italian jersey ahead of them.
Oh, okay. I can't see that.
No, I caught a glimpse, but it could be my imagination.
Oh yeah, no,
see,
I can
the Spanish
see
one is
very,
very,
but they
very
are closing in. So that's the Italian up there in second.
Here we've got Sylvain Cachard again, the leader from France, and he keeps looking back. He just wants confirmation of how much does he have to gamble here. But that was the 1 kilometer sign coming into view. There's 1 kilometer to go. So for a runner of this caliber, that will take less than 3 minutes to cover.
I think so, but again, using that word dramatic, it looks like there's a little bit of drama going on behind him there. It looks like there's been a change.
Yes, it looks like Rolly has caught up with Cesare Maestri, and Cesare Maestri is being chased down by the German runner.
Wow, I mean, and there's the Norwegian has just gone by, I think.
The German here is Maximilian Zeus.
Wow, they've shuffled the cards there for sure.
Here's Timothy Bishan.
I think it shows you as technology advances that the trail running is going to be one of the best sports on TV, because very rarely does a sport change quite so dramatically as that.
Cesare Maestri telling the cameraman that you're okay.
Go away. I think he's happy, isn't he? The cameraman, we've heard the cameraman talking to runners all weekend saying, am I in the way?
So he really needs to be on his A game now, because the chasing pack are smelling blood here.
It has closed down a lot, hasn't it? A little bit of technical time there. Doesn't look quite as comfortable, does he? For someone, you know, he won the uphill race, but he's not quite as at home descending.
No, he doesn't. I know it can be deceptive because styles are so different, but certainly it looked like the chasing pack were moving faster.
I think he's probably in the safety zone now. Has he gone the wrong way again? No, that's the cameraman goes a different way. Probably close enough to the end to hang on, but we'll see. We're getting ready in El Paso now for the winner.
You can see here again this, use of the arms to keep his balance here, because this, although it looks simple enough, you do have this big gully cut out by water in the middle. That's the cameraman in hot pursuit, but which means you have to kind of camber the trail, because you don't want to get your foot caught too much in the middle.
No. We saw, it's taken its toll already on one or two.
He has to really shorten his stride here because the gradient just changes ever so slightly.
Here we go.
Here's the French winner, Sylvain Cachard.
Hey. Victory for France again.
And he's now taking his time. He knows it's safe.
Well, that's a comfortable victory, and we think that's in 65 minutes.
Yeah, what a victory for the 23-year-old Frenchman.
Rightly emotional.
Fourth ranked by the International Trail Running Association, but only 39 from the world rankings. And look, here's the tears of joy. Cesare Maestri, he did make it safe, Paul. He did make it safe.
The camera angles fooled us. So that's he's comfortable in there, in the end, isn't it? So it's all about the race for third. I think that's going to be the really dramatic race. But yes, because he's comfortable there. Well, that's a pretty solid weekend, isn't it? Gold and silver.
It will be very difficult now to really dislodge Italy from the top of the medal table, because it seems even when they don't win, they get in there in the medals. Although it should be said, the first thing to count, as in the Olympics, is gold medals.
Always seems a harsh way to count medals. I think you're just as happy with yourself. Oh, look at this. This is going to be very, very interesting. Can Switzerland hang on?
Yeah, this is Rolly. Dominic Rolly is chasing his
that's
second.
He's going to get bronze. It was the cameraman who was in fourth place.
He is chasing his second medal of these championships.
And well done. That's a solid bronze. So it shows you it's difficult to predict exactly what's going on, doesn't it? The cameraman. There is a close race somewhere, but that must be for fourth, fifth, and sixth. That's definitely a comfortable bronze.
We have God Rolly here, the 26-year-old Swiss.
Great angle, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Great look, just a firm determination, still composed. We saw
here we go. Now this. Who's going to call this one?
And of course, this is important because now we get into the team medals. So Italy, of course, with a second place. So can they secure fourth here? That would put them in a really good position. But the Austrian is extremely determined here. This is Hans-Peter Innerhofer.
He's got him.
Hans-Peter Innerhofer takes 4th, relegating the Italian to 5th. Well, what a sprint. Maybe he's in the wrong discipline.
Well, they called this race a sprint race yesterday, so for the locals.
And here we've got the
Spaniard.
Yeah. So we have
excited next door.
This
in the
is
Spanish studio.
Miguel Cabrera. The 4th placed on Friday, and looks like he's taking 6th today.
First Britain?
Yeah, Britain in 6th, 7th for Miguel Cabrera. He's just, you see his arm there, he's cheering on the crowd. He's saying, get behind us here.
So there's a little bit of shuffling there in that group. Italy are winning the team at the moment, but they need one more.
We see the top 3 just to confirm here. So we've got Sylvain Cachard in 1st. We have got Cesare Maestri in 2nd, and Dominic Rolli with the bronze medal.
Let's see if we can keep our eye open in the background. See, so there's another Spaniard in there. We need another Italian. So there's the Norwegian.
Yes, so we've got Steen Somerset is chasing the German runner. Chasing the only German representative in this race, which is Max Süss.
Germany won the uphill under 20 first race. Very solid win. So,
and he's definitely outperforming, his history in Germany. He's only ranked 130th in the world.
He's definitely outperformed that. I would say that's a top 10 finish.
Steen Somerset just doesn't really, he doesn't mind the few extra seconds on his finishing time.
Yeah. No third Italian yet. I think Spain possibly have got 3, and there's another Briton coming in.
So at the moment we've got 16 finishes across the line, so what we just saw there, bit of a sprint here between the French runner and Slovenian.
This team race is definitely open for still wide open.
This looks like it could be another French runner in.
That's 2 French in, I think.
At this stage we have France with first placed finish, and here was Julien Rancon in 20th and Louis Robert in 21st. No, sorry, these are expected times still.
So we got the result there. Sylvain Cachard, 1 hour, 6 minutes and 2 seconds, won by 40 seconds from Cesare Maestri of Italy, and Dominic Rolli there, bronze medal, 1:07:41, so a minute behind.
We can see 3 runners did outdo we were saying we definitely expected to see sub 68 time, and right enough, that course record got broken by nearly 2 minutes there by Sylvain Cachard, with 4 of the elite runners bettering that mark.
Bettering my prediction, I predicted 69 minutes I think last night, so comfortably inside that. Emotional scenes from the finish line there. We still think the team is open, Rene, do you think?
You see here with 2:30, Luke Michalev from Malta. Yes, at the moment we have, at least in the results stream that's available to us here, we've got 21 finishes. As we said, we've got France with first position now and confirmed 20th and 21st. That would put France on 42 points. We've got Italy with 2nd, 5th and 9th.
Ah, they've won.
So that does look unassailable. That would put them on 16 points.
Okay, get ready for the Italian national anthem again from this event. They are just the European dominant force. There you go, there's the team result, in fact. Italy, Switzerland, France. Is that right?
Yes, the Swiss will be delighted with that. That they were able here to support, because we've seen We've seen Rolly run well, you know, over these 3 days, but today he had two very able lieutenants. Yeah, great score, 16 and 27 points there, led home by Rolly in third. France with 41 points and Great Britain so far with 48, but we still have another 12 team scores to be finalised here as the rest of the field make their way across the line.
So we've got the women's race is next, and that is in about 45 minutes. Elite women, 10:30, subject to change. They have slightly shuffled the programme, so just keep your eye open for that. Might 5 minutes earlier, possibly.
So we currently have 25 finishers out of the 50 starters in the senior men's race, and we still have 3 to arrive at that final support point at Cuesta with 2.5 kilometers to go. So just making up the rear at the moment is Anders Jacobsen Stommer of Norway, Aidan Tanti of Malta, and Ir Kiletsi, who is here representing Albania, and he's actually the sole Albanian representative at these championships.
There's our man on the finish line, Owen, just hopefully going to get a couple of interviews for us. And we'll stay with us for those. So where are you getting your live results from, Rene?
Yeah, so you can go to reventonelpaso.livetrail.run, either the app or the website, and you'll be able to follow the finishing times and the split times as the runners come in. And who we just saw there, Patrick Juhasz, finish as well. So he was the only Hungarian in this race. And with the 6:41 here for Norway, we have got Joel Duurhovden. He wants to hear the crowd as well.
Okay, we can hear the bells chiming for him. It's called a 45-minute bells. It's a fabulous finish line, isn't it? Certainly an emotional moment.
French national champion. Did you ever dream of being the European champion?
Oh, every night since 6 months. Wow. It was, yeah. The last 1 month, it was like every time I was dreaming about European championship, I was like ghost bump everywhere. I thanks a lot all the staff of the French team, all my teammates, all my friends, all the guys who I trained with during my last couple of training camp in Island Reunion with Monnier Benoit family and all my friends, with all the Catalan and Spanish guys in Font Romeu. It was just crazy, and thanks a lot to Julien Rancon, who inspired me a lot since I'm a baby.
Sylvain, we could see the joy, we could see the emotion as you crossed the finish line. Tell us about your race strategy and the execution of that race strategy. It looked like the perfect race.
Well, for me the perfect race is a race when you suffer a lot. So it was a really perfect race. Yeah, I suffered a lot. I was planning to follow the strong leader, especially the Italian team, in the first 8K, and then when we come back, I was planning to push, but I know that the mountain running races, it's always adapt your racing strategy when you're racing, especially when you are really strong guys like Cesare, Xavi, and all the Swedes, the Australian runners. But this time, I executed my plan 90% as I was dreaming it, so I'm really satisfied for it. I have no words.
And what an incredible weekend for French trail and mountain running. Last night we heard the French national anthem 3 times. We're going to hear it again today. What is the secret to the success of the French team this weekend? Perhaps the greatest weekend of French trail and mountain running.
The patience. Every runners in the French team are big, passionate, but also really funny guys. Guignol, as we said in French. And I think it's when you are not taking yourself seriously, but when you are training seriously, it's the magic recipe to get good results. And I'm really enjoying my results, but most of all, I'm enjoying all my teammates' results. It inspired me a lot, especially all my friends' results during this winter when I was injured. But Baptiste Fourmont, Thomas Cardin, who were third yesterday, who made really good races during the winter. It's with friends, with guys like that, that I can win today, and I really thank them all.
Well, Esteban, you're a fantastic European champion with a great message to make sure that we enjoy every mile, every kilometre, and enjoy every moment with our teammates. You might be on your own at the finish line, but this is very much a team sport. The final word for you, if you would like to give a message to your friends and family back home in France.
Ouais. Les derniers kilomètres, j'ai couru tout seul, mais il y avait plein de gens dans ma tête. Tous mes potes, tous mes amis. Ma maman et mon papy, qui sont... Enfin, ouais, j'ai beaucoup pensé à eux et je vous remercie. Je sais pas s'il y en a qui regardent, je sais pas si le live fonctionne, mais en tout cas, je vous remercie tous ceux qui sont derrière votre écran. Merci pour tout. Merci de me supporter.
Merci à vous, our new European champion, everybody. What a wonderful champion. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks for that. That was tremendous. He's definitely passionate, isn't he?
Yeah, it was a great interview. And what a recipe, you know. Don't take yourself too seriously, but train seriously.
Yeah, I was interested to hear that they train in Font-Romeu. That's certainly the capital of training. It's a brutal place to do some work. So if you've spent any time in Font-Romeu, the trails there are magnificent, but they are in no way can they be described as easy going. It's a tough place to train.
It does make, you know, when you put your coaching hat on, it does make me think that some of these other nations, we need to get into copying that. We need to look at what are the great locations that our runners could have reasonably easy access to, and just try and create some local centers of excellence. It doesn't have to be very advanced. It really just needs to be, you know, a number of group sessions centered around, you know, known locations where you have access to the sort of climbs that you need, where these athletes can meet, they can learn from each other, they can feed off each other, they can work with their own coaches and with other support staff, you know, because it does seem to come back again and again in these championships that this team element that we know as well feeds the Ethiopian and Kenyan medal machine. It just is more important maybe than some of us individualistic endurance athletes would like to admit.
Oh, for sure. You know, from Remo, as you just said, it's not a high-tech performance there. It's just a fantastic place to train. Yes, there is a track there, but you know, I don't think they're staying in five-star luxury accommodation. They're staying in student accommodation, working hard together, and Remo has become, you know, the capital of
Buenos días, ¿qué tal?
Hola, buenas, ¿qué tal?
Bueno, ¿cómo ha ido la carrera, Miquel?
Bien, bien, o sea, en plan, es que la verdad es que ha sido, es una carrera súper rápida. Hemos hecho una media de 4 minutos, yo por lo menos, en plan, entrar en el top 10 en esta carrera es una locura, porque en plan, es que el nivel de corredores es la hostia. Yo creo que es de las carreras rollo de más nivel que hay ahora mismo, pero pues la verdad súper contento porque ya hice el viernes el vertical y en plan no sabes, así que venía cansado, pero rollo súper bien.
Miquel, enhorabuena, y no has entrado en ninguna mala posición, ¿verdad?
No, o sea, en plan, la verdad es que súper bien, en plan, yo en plan, ¿sabes? En plan, no, o sea, en plan, ¿sabes? En plan, no, o sea, no, o sea, en plan.
Porque ¿qué posición habías hecho?
En plan, no sé, es el octavo, así que yo creo que en plan, pero pues me está súper bien. Yo en plan, la verdad es que voy mejorando muy poco a poco. Hace un año y medio, pero pues me está luchando por el top 10 en un campeonato de España y en plan, incluso en la Cataluña. Así que hoy estar en el top 10 en un europeo es la hostia, vamos mejorando poco a poco, que en plan, al final, en plan, es lo suyo. Yo creo que tenemos un equipo muy joven, que aún nos falta mucha experiencia. Ya sí que España no tiene ese fuelle que tienen en la Maratón España, así que creo que en plan, ¿sabes? Poco a poco vamos pillando el ritmo todos los españoles, así que súper contentos también por el equipo, que hemos quedado cuartos.
Bueno, ahí es nada, vamos ahora con otro de los hombres. Alejandro García, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Muy buenas, bien. Cansado, pero bien.
Bueno, muy contento.
Sí, satisfecho. Como dice Miquel, creo que tenemos un equipo que pelea y lucha hasta el final. Al final se nos ha escapado la medalla de bronce por 3 puntos. Una pena. seguir intentándolo en los próximos europeos y yo creo que aún nos queda mucha guerra por dar y hay mucho margen de mejora, como bien dice Mikel, en España esta disciplina aún le queda mucho por mejorar y por estar en auge, o sea que hay que seguir luchando, trabajando y en los próximos europeos esperemos estar un poquito más arriba.
Alejandro, ¿había algún tipo de estrategia a nivel de equipo?
Sí, ayer lo hablábamos todos los componentes del equipo, que teníamos que ir todos a una, dejándonos la piel. No sabíamos muy bien en qué posición íbamos a ir porque al final yo he entrado el 11 y al final veía una fila de 5 o 6 corredores en apenas 2-3 segundos. Entonces la idea de ayer que hablábamos todos los del equipo era clara, darlo todo, que no se nos pasara por la cabeza retirarnos en ningún momento, llegar a meta vacío y yo creo que ese era el premio. No hemos quedado, como digo, a 3 puntos de la medalla de bronce, una pena porque cuando te quedas tan cerca te queda un sabor agridulce de pensar que podía haber dado un pelín más, pero bueno, hay que seguir luchando, hay que seguir trabajando y el año que viene intentaremos pelear y estar ahí en el podium.
Pues una vez más, gracias Alejandro.
Nada, gracias a vosotros y gracias a todo el Paso y el Reventón y todos los voluntarios por hacer posible esta carrera, que yo creo que nos habéis dado una lección de humanidad y de hacer bien las cosas.
Pues ahí queda el mensaje también para todo el equipo de Reventón. Vamos a continuación con Mario. Mario Mirabel, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, apretado.
Has entrado en meta y lo primero que has dicho ha sido: esta gente corre mucho y es muy joven.
Bueno, sí, a ver, es cierto que tenemos una selección joven, como ha dicho Alejandro, el margen de mejora es muy grande. Mira lo que ha dicho Mikel, la progresión que lleva. Si en unos años ha pasado de estar peleando por un campeonato catalán a pelear por un campeonato de Europa, yo creo que la progresión y las cosas se están haciendo muy bien en el equipo nacional. Y bueno, pues he venido al Paso con mis compañeros a intentar aportar lo máximo posible. No hay excusas, por mucho que diga que me viene mejor largo, corto, al final son 17,5 kilómetros para todos, hay que apretar. Yo he dado el máximo de mí y ese sabor agridulce, pero bueno, hay otra lectura positiva, que el año pasado en Copa de Naciones fueron quintos, si no me equivoco, este año cuartos, hormiguita, hormiguita, al final acabaremos haciendo el hormiguero y nos meteremos en el podio y yo estoy convencido de que sí.
Vaya tela cómo maneja las cuentas aquí el Mirabel. Oye, a nivel individual hay margen también de mejora. ¿Y en qué momento te encuentras tú ahora mismo?
Bueno, pues yo me encuentro en un momento, pues lo he preparado.
Te lo digo porque te he visto con unos cuadrices, vamos, trabajados. ¿Qué te voy a decir de hace un par, 3 de años ahora? Que me dice, claro, Jaime, estoy haciendo mucha montaña.
Claro, sí, hace 3 años debuté en trail aquí en el Reventón, en época de pandemia, que el Paso demostró que se podía llevar a cabo una prueba y hoy, en condiciones muy adversas, vuelve a demostrar que se puede sacar adelante un campeonato de Europa. Y mi mejora, pues bueno, ahí está. En ese momento estaba peleando por un campeonato de España, ahora estoy aquí con los compañeros en el europeo. Pero es cierto que voy hacia distancias más largas, en mi cabeza está correr OCC, pero no hay excusa. Venía aquí a darlo todo y lo he preparado como el que más. O sea que cada vez que te enfundas la elástica española, lo que hay que dar es todo, sin excusas de distancia ni nada. 1:14 al corte, como dicen los compañeros. Y bueno, muy satisfecho y lo dicho, con ganas de mejorar y de seguir aportando a la selección, sea en distancia corta, en distancia larga o trayendo el agua, me da igual.
Bueno, dejamos lo del agua, pero está muy bien. Mario, gracias.
Gracias, gracias.
Fenómeno. Guillem, buen día, buenos días.
Buen día.
¿Cómo estás?
Buah, sin cabeza. He echado el pulmón, los riñones, no me queda nada.
Bueno, cuéntame, ¿cómo ha sido la carrera desde dentro? ¿Cómo te has visto tú y luego cómo has visto la carrera? Porque la gente ha ido muy lanzada en todo momento.
Sí, la carrera ha sido muy rápida y muy lanzada desde el principio y yo he dado todo lo que he podido. No podía más.
Oye, un hombre como tú que siempre apuesta por unas distancias quizá más largas, evidentemente, y con un pelín más de dureza, si me permites, ¿cómo has preparado este europeo? Porque me imagino que habrás cambiado bastante los planes, ¿no?
Bueno, es que fui a Riopar y la verdad es que me sorprendió quedar segundo del Campeonato de España y me lo encontré un poco así de casualidad. Y la verdad es que por coger plaza del europeo y estar aquí, pues muy contento. Con estar aquí y hacer la carrera que me ha salido hoy, así consistente, pues bastante contento. No puedo pedir mucha cosa más. A lo mejor la medalla que nos ha quedado ahí a 3 puntos, pero bueno, otro europeo más, o el mundial.
Mira, yo estoy ahora recordando al Guillem Albert de hace 2 años que estaba con otra mentalidad, en otro momento de su vida, pero ahora se ha encontrado con tiempo un pelín más que hace 2 años para poder entrenar, quizá, y también con otra mentalidad. Ahora mismo, Guillem, ¿hacia dónde camina?
Pues no lo sé, no tenía plan de verano, me lo he encontrado esto de casualidad. La verdad es que ahora solo quiero tomarme unas vacaciones y a ver qué depara el futuro.
Y he dejado la pregunta más compleja para el final y te la voy a hacer a ti, que soy el que tiene más confianza de los 4. ¿Qué dices de esta gente, de estos compañeros, de estos amigos que tienes de selección? ¿Cómo habéis vivido estos días?
Bueno, pues han sido largos, pero también una locura. El ambiente de la selección se ha hecho mucha piña y compañeros y compañeras ha sido un lujo compartir espacio y lugar con ellos.
Si miras a tu izquierda hay un hombre muy alto. ¿A los que mandan de la selección qué les dices?
Pues nada, que apuesten por el trail y yo creo que hay que apostar un poco más y que base hay y calidad también. Simplemente un poco más de medios.
En este instante está mirándote aquí el jefe, así que está tomando nota.
El camino es el bueno.
Ha quedado bien, esa última, ha quedado bien. Guillermo, un placer y enhorabuena.
Gracias, y gracias a todos los voluntarios que yo creo que son los que más han currado en esta carrera, en este evento.
Bueno, pues ahí están las palabras de los 4 chicos que tienen prisa, se quieren ir a almorzar, es lo que tiene. Falta 1 minuto para que sean las 10 de la mañana. Continuamos aquí en la avenida Islas Canarias, recibiendo inputs, recibiendo caras, recibiendo a gente. Ahora mismo acaba de cruzar esta línea de meta otro de los componentes.
So we just saw there the interviews with the Spanish team winners in the senior men's race. So it's we have now a few minutes until we will go to a 10-minute segment showing off everything here at El Paso and the Canaries. So myself and Paul are going to take a short break at that stage. But just to remind everyone what's next on the schedule for today, at 10:30 we have got more drama with the up and down mountain race senior women's final. So we really look forward to coming back for that. There's some real contenders in it. It should be equally interesting to the men's race you watched earlier. And at 10:45, the women's under 20 up and down mountain race will then follow. And now what we are seeing is the main action from today so far. So of course here is the absolutely delighted French winner of the senior men's up and down race, Sylvain Cachard. So followed by Cesare Maestri, so the uphill only winner from Friday. So he gets to return to his native Italy with a gold and a silver medal.
I hope, I'm pretty sure that the next 2 races are going to be even more dramatic than the 2 races that we've just seen. It's been a fantastic morning, I've got to say that. You cannot predict anything.
Yeah, in some ways, I'm glad we have a bit of time to breathe here. So there's more of a gap. Here is Dominic Rowley, so who the bronze medalist from Switzerland as well. This was his 2nd medal. But essentially, yes, in most of the other days, the action has been nearly non-stop. Either the races came very, very closely after each other, all 4 of them, or we had one long race plus all the open races as we saw yesterday. But today now we have a little bit of an interim. We can all breathe, we can reflect on the 2 races we've just seen, and we can start looking forward to the next ones.
Yeah, and as you can see from that view there, perfect weather.
Maybe too perfect?
I don't know. That's the message from the finish line. Anyway, that no one has complained that it's too hot, and so this, I got to say, was perhaps the most dramatic race of the weekend. It truly was stunning. And there's a Britain crossing the line there in 3rd, thinking, where did these 2 guys come from?
Yeah, the way Elia Matteo just grabbed that gold on the descent, is that they could not believe the speed he descended at. And equally, Marcus Villamora of Spain, who was 3rd in the under 20 uphill as well on Friday, he could not. He must have had a fairly solid descent as well, because he wasn't far back.
It'll be interesting to see if they did have statistics about the descending speed. See the Spanish guy who fell, but I think he's okay now. They've cleaned him up, and we've seen him go away from the finish line, proudly displaying his battle scars.
Yes, you can say he took one for the team, and it was rewarded, because at least There was team medals for Spain in that race.
There's the medals there. Talking of those, they look pretty nice. There was plenty handed out yesterday. This venue, if you weren't here yesterday, also hosted a hugely popular mass participation race where they actually ran over this course, and the winner ran 76 minutes yesterday. So there's the British team confirmation that the British team won the under 20 men.
I'm trying to work out here because one of the interesting things you can see, we have the full under 20, the top 10 here. So as we saw earlier, it was actually Fraser Gilmore in 5th, who was leading until the second lap.
No, I'd like to speak to Fraser whether, because he didn't do anything wrong, did he? He did it all right, and it had all the right, has all the right abilities and speed. But those guys just had more speed on this occasion. Sometimes, you can do the right thing, and someone is just better on the day. There's a confirmation of the 10 in the men's race.
And I'm just having a look here because you can see if you go to the European Athletics website for the results, you will actually be able to see the lap times for the under 20 runners. So that can make for the stat nerds out there, that can make quite an interesting read because it'll give us an idea of just how much was it the Italian who actually sped up on the second lap, or was it the case that he was just the one that faded the least? This is something I remember the great Peter Snell telling me many years ago. He said that sometimes when I came past the field and it looked like I was sprinting faster than everyone else, it was actually just that I was slowing down less than everyone else.
Well, yes, that certainly holds true in 800-meter running. Without looking at the splits, I'm going to say that they sped up in the second half. I cannot believe that there was a dramatic slowing down. Thank you. So we're off for a 10-minute siesta.
Por fin vacaciones, playita, monte, buena comida. Ay, este año las necesito más que nunca. Y ellos, míralos cómo se lo pasan. Anda, lo que faltaba. No hay mejor forma de empezar las vacaciones.
Este verano, tus vacaciones empiezan con Fredolsen Express, tu mejor compañía.
Bonita te llaman, bonita y silente. Bonito es tu canto con letras de sal, en versos de miel. Hermoso tu llanto con aires de lima. Me alimentas, me arrullas, me tientas, me excitas, me aquietas. Me haces volar, me das vida. Bonito tu rubor reflejo en mis ojos, majestuosos los ojos de tu cielo infinito, porque arbitras batallas entre luces y raíces y apaciguas furias con colores y matices. Y bonita cuando ruges, cuando te enciendes. Eres bonita porque renaces, porque te yergues. Eres bonita, y bonita tu gente, porque te cuidan, porque te quieren, porque se cuidan, porque se quieren. Ayer, hoy y mañana, por mil razones, bonita, bonita, siempre. La Palma, la isla bonita.
And it looks good, very good indeed.
Very close, and Jackson is the champion. Oliard gets the silver. Skipper's long legs can't catch Asher Smith. Asher Smith wins it. Skipper's in second place.
He goes clear.
Me quedo en La Palma.
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 There's no rhyme or reason with you I have found. I will not throw home while my heart is full. The one outside is so cold, but it's summer in my soul.
Nuestra vida, nuestra historia. No quería, no pude, no quería mirar a otro lado. Cada día de esos 4 meses me levantaba por las mañanas y la única misión que tenía era venir a sacar arena y evitar que nuestras casas, nuestros negocios se vinieran abajo. Y ha habido mucha humanidad y mucha ayuda entre todos. A mí lo que me llenó realmente el día que abrí el bar fue la sonrisa de la gente. Fue el verle sonreír nuevamente. El que no había sido una guerra ganada para mí, había sido una guerra ganada para todos. Es lo que me hace sentir que todos los esfuerzos que hice han merecido la pena.
No hemos pasado nada más fuerte de todo lo que es capaz de hacer la naturaleza que el volcán. Porque eso era fuerza pura y dura saliendo del suelo, ahí, del centro de la tierra, para arriba, botando y llevándose todo lo que podía por delante. Justamente detrás de casa, más cerca imposible. Y nada, lo primero que piensas es eso, en que hay que seguir, en que somos duros y en que tenemos que estar siempre hacia adelante y hacia arriba siempre. El deporte en este momento de mi vida es crucial. Yo era luchador desde los 6 años hasta los 33. En la lucha te caes, te tienes que levantar, tienes que volver a agarrar, no vale quedarse en el suelo, siempre tienes que volver otra vez a empezar. En el CrossFit es algo por el estilo. Siempre vas a llegar al límite y buscas siempre pasar de ahí. La reventón fue igual. Todo fue cuesta arriba y había que seguir. El volcán es otra prueba que hay que superar, otra cuesta que hay que subir, otro entreno que no se puede dejar a media, otra carrera que hay que acabar. Y la relación que yo le veo a las 4 cosas esas ahora mismo en la vida de mi familia es pasarla otra vez y pasarla otra vez. No queda otra, porque si nos quedamos no sirve.
Yo con el volcán usé el mismo sistema que uso en una carrera de larga distancia. Valor, cabeza, control, objetivo. Pues con el volcán era lo mismo. Yo cada vez que venía aquí lo miraba y le decía que tendría paciencia, pero que un día yo iba a estar por encima de él. Y el reventón, la carrera, va a ser la primera que me lo empiece a permitir. El reventón está dando un motivo de vida a este pueblo que ha sufrido tanto.
Que todo esto vuelva otra vez y se haga una carrera como esta, es como ver un poquito de luz ya al final del túnel ese que se nos estaba haciendo ya un poco largo. Por eso todos tenemos ganas de hacer y todos tenemos ganas de apuntarnos y de ir, porque se echaba de menos todo eso ya.
Para mí correr es vida.
El Paso, un paraíso senderista, un portal hacia las estrellas, un lugar sagrado para nuestros antepasados, un museo natural y una confluencia de caminos reales llenos de historias y de emociones que desean ser compartidas con sus visitantes. Te presentamos las 7 maravillas de nuestro municipio. En el corazón de La Palma late con orgullo esta imponente depresión erosiva. Adéntrate en su inmensidad sembrada de impactantes barrancos, escarpados acantilados y majestuosos roques, todo envuelto por unas condiciones geológicas únicas que dan lugar a impresionantes paisajes bañados por una enorme variedad de especies endémicas de flora y fauna. Desde este estratovolcán que se levanta como un solemne guardián del valle, quedarás embelesado con las increíbles vistas. Esta cima integrada en el contorno de Cumbre Nueva forma parte de la grandiosa pero delicada silueta de Tanausú dormido, una historia que en tono de leyenda contamos a nuestros visitantes y que refleja nuestra historia benaguarita. En el Parque Natural de Cumbre Vieja se despliega un sobrecogedor sendero que conduce desde el Refugio del Pilar hasta el extremo sur de la isla. Ideal para los amantes del senderismo y del deporte de montaña, esta dorsal de fuego guiará tu camino por estampas tan opuestas como densos pinares y paisajes lunares de ensueño, llenos de cráteres, laderas de picón y lava. En la parte alta del municipio y enmarcado en un paisaje de postal, te encontrarás ante la imponente figura de uno de los pinos canarios más longevos de su especie, catalogado bien de interés cultural. Las historias revelan que en este árbol ancestral apareció la imagen de la Virgen, y es por esto que bajo su sombra se construyó la pequeña ermita, un lugar donde se entremezclan tradición, historia y cultura. Cuna de grandes artesanas, en este museo te verás inmerso en un viaje al pasado, pues constituye uno de los últimos reductos en Europa donde la seda se trabaja aún de manera totalmente artesanal. Te sumergirás en este maravilloso mundo de mano de nuestras hilanderas, que con su buen hacer y maestría realizan la elaboración de prendas de seda con métodos y utensilios muy antiguos, exactamente igual que en el siglo XVI. En las faldas del Vejenao encontramos las emblemáticas estaciones de grabados rupestres, manifestaciones de gran importancia ritual para la población aborigen palmera. El centro está custodiado por oriundos de El Paso, que convierten la visita a este epicentro de la cultura benaguarita en una experiencia incomparable, envuelta en historias personales en las que verás revelado el asombroso pasado de los antiguos isleños. Sobre las nubes y enclavado en un entorno volcánico de exuberante belleza, hallarás el camino más directo del Paso al cielo, el Llano del Jable. Déjate eclipsar por las bondades del firmamento desde la excepcional ubicación de este mirador y acércate al mundo de la astronomía a través de los secretos que esconden nuestros oscuros cielos nocturnos.
Okay, well, and here we're just looking back at yesterday's action, which was a 47-kilometer marathon race with some. There's the women on the start line. Just looking back, really at getting ourselves ready for the final two races here in El Paso. La Palma in the Canary Islands for the final two races of the European Off-Road Championships. The women's up and down race, which is just inside 18 kilometers, and the under 20 women's up and down race, which will be 5.2 kilometers. So if you joined us earlier, you'll see that those will be two very dramatic events, with the lead changing hands on numerous occasions, as it did yesterday in what turned out to be a fantastic day of ultra distance running.
Yes, for those just joining us now, because there might be some listeners and viewers tuning in because they wanted particularly to see the women's race. You know, you're a family member. So this was quite a dramatic event, both in the men and women's race. This is one of the open race runners we're seeing here. But the men's lead changed several times, and out of nowhere towards the final third of the race, the Belgian skimo runner, Sylvain de Chapois, he just came out of nowhere to turn the race upside down, which was apparently part of his strategy. But he is someone who, Maximilien Drian de Chapois is the full name. He basically came out in the interview after the race saying that not only did the race go exactly to plan, but he is still focused on his 2016 bid to make it into the Winter Olympics. And that will be in skimo, or in skiing. It will not be in mountain running. Here what you see is Blandine L'Hirondelle, who was the female winner. This is the Belgian winner, Maximilien Drian de Chapois. Martin de Matisse. You know, you're really getting a highlight reels of a lot of the people that defined the race. This is the second placed Spanish runner, Nuria Grill.
So while we just watch these pictures, what do you think of this morning's racing? You say he came out of nowhere yesterday, but I got to say that in the, especially in the men's under 25 kilometer race, the winners came more than out of nowhere. The Britain had a commanding lead with 2 kilometers to run, just over 2 kilometers to run, maybe a 20-second lead, and ended up in 5th place with 30 seconds behind, having not run badly.
No, he had not run badly. And looking at these, the split times for the two laps, we couldn't compare them exactly, unfortunately, because there is a slight difference between the first lap and the second lap. But it doesn't actually appear like any of the runners dropped significant time. But it was just that when you're coming down the hill at the sort of speed these runners are looking at, what could look on the camera angle as quite a significant lead can disappear out of nowhere if the chasing runner is just 10 to 20 seconds faster on that second lap.
Well, it's true. We did manage to just chat with him, and we had a break for 10 minutes and went over to the finish line, and we did get a quick chat with Britain, and he wasn't bemused. He was just stunned that his Italian rival was just so sensationally good in the descent.
Yeah, and I kind of got similar comments of Tom Codgington, who was the first place runner from the Republic of Ireland. Although he represents Newcastle AC in Northern Ireland, he found that he had a good run. It was a tough climb, but it was actually quite an easy descent by the standards he's used to. So he felt it wasn't particularly technical, and that might suit someone who has that combination of, they're comfortable on the trail, but they also have tremendous leg speed.
And here we are, so we're into the final 10 minutes now as the women prepare for their 18-kilometer up and down race, which is going to follow the same route as the men's, as the open race yesterday and the men's race did today. So a little bit of
we are actually seeing here there is a little bit of a difference between the list we have been handed. So we have been handed a list where the numbers are all in the 500s, but we're seeing numbers in the 700s. So that could make identification of some of the runners a little bit difficult in this race. And sorry, it's my mistake. It's because we're looking here at the junior women, so they have plenty of time still for their warm-up. They're not expected to start until 10:45, so 23 minutes from now. So we're looking here at the Slovenian team of Varineja Drasler, Mojca Koligar and Dominika Lant.
It's interesting. I wonder if there's been they have changed the timetable on us without warning. It does look like they're getting ready for their race, doesn't it? But, they go first. It's possible.
Not according to the European Athletics website, but I'm willing to be surprised. We'll see.
Well, it does seem strange that they're warming up before the women. That's all.
But the women, in fact, I was just down there during our break. They're all warming up together by the look of it.
Okay. Sorry about that. I always like to have a few questions. Here we go. Here's the course. As you can see, it starts in El Paso, and it's going to be, I think, compared to yesterday's 47-kilometer race, this is more of a foot, more trail running in the tradition.
And what we see here is this 5.4k junior course, with 300 meters of ascent and descent. So it is ferociously fast, and we saw it is a very treacherous start, downhill on the road, which makes it slightly harder sometimes to judge whether you've gone off too fast.
That's a good point. Get ready to watch that. The opening kilometre is amazingly quick and all on tarmac. And, as Renee said, it is very easy to get the pace wrong, but you can't ignore the opening pace. But you've just got to control your emotions early on and get into the correct kind of rhythm for what is a pretty demanding second half.
We are seeing here the Norwegian team, and this is Nora Marcus with 736. These are the senior women. Okay, so senior women with the 700 numbers, and we'll see later on, we will see the under 20 women wearing numbers in the 500s. Here we have 725 is one of the Irish team. It is Edel Monaghan. And the Swiss runner here is Flavia Stutz, who is herself and a team of four. Without being disrespectful, they are here to support Maud Matisse going for a quintuple. So she's going to go for her 5th European title and the 2nd in these championships.
Well, it's been a dramatic weekend, so we better not boldly say that she's going to do that, but she is in a different class to everybody else.
Well, we must say this here is with 729, Alice Gaji. She'll be a runner to watch as well.
She is.
Final instructions from your team coaches. Final wishes of good luck.
An incredible weekend, so it'll be interesting to see how the team result goes. The team is hugely important. One of the premier events.
Here we see Maud Matisse. She was just over there with her water bottle, but
rightly taking a place on the front of the line.
So the Italians, as we saw, are tremendous descenders, which may give a runner like Alice Gaji a chance. She was the world champion in 2013. She was 3rd in the WIMRA World Cup 2021, which is quite recent. So she should have the full skill set here.
So, actually, I just got a note from the start line. The temperature is increasing very quickly today. So early on, the men's race was about an hour and a half ago. It was much cooler, but now a lot of the competitors are icing and making sure that they're fully hydrated for what is going to be quite a testing 70 minutes or so.
Yeah, it seems to have been the case that the men get to run in the cooler conditions so far, except in the 47k where everyone started together.
That's true, but that not played. There's Kate Avery, who we've just reported on, is just made sure that she's keeping her temperature low and has been icing her neck.
Yeah, Kate Avery, Scout Atkins, and Polly Page again. It's a very strong trio for Great Britain. They couldn't quite make it into the absolute primary positions. Here we've got Sarah McCormack. So Sarah McCormack is a contender for Ireland. She's been first on the World Mountain Running rankings 2 years. She was the 2020 World Cup winner.
Yeah, this race actually it's going to be difficult to call this race until the last 10 or 15 minutes of running. There's Maud, who's superstar. She was so modest when she was chatting about her victory the other day. She says she just runs 10 hours a week, spends, she's got her family to look after, and she was always bemused that she won so comfortably. She's great on ascent. Do you know much about descending skills?
No, I don't, but I do know that she has won a lot of the really big races, like especially the Golden Trail Series, and in those races she's well able to hold her own on the descents, even against runners who are known to have very, very good leg speed. Those races, though, are much longer than this. And that means it's not just about your pure ability on the descent. It's about being able to keep your body functioning, to be able to take the punishment so that you can keep a reasonable descent going late on.
Yeah, yesterday these races were called sprint races. Today they're not, but I think judging by the earlier races that we saw, sprint is the correct term. This is going to be
al crono. Entramos ya en el último minuto y 5 segundos.
I'm also quite for Italy here, of course, for the very important race in the medal table. They have a fairly interesting competitor, Francesca Gelfi, who was the Wimbledon Nations Cup winner 2021. That means Italy have a strong card to play here.
Yeah, it's too close to call, isn't it? So even with Matisse in the race,
como nos tiene habituados, se apunta el alcalde del Paso, Sergio, para estar con todos nosotros en esta salida en la categoría senior fémina. Up down estamos, chicas, a tan solo 30 segundos.
We are hearing the countdown now, so there's 10 teams here towing the line.
20 segundos.
Watch is ready.
15 segundos.
Very important. Imagine not getting this run recorded and uploaded.
On your marks.
Never forgive you.
Arranca!
And off we are.
The first 200 metres are on tarmac, and then they turn eagerly right at the top of that slight rise and onto the pretty fast trails early on. Get a camera, and we've got a camera crew out running on the trail, so I think in the first 5 or 10 minutes we should have runners with them. I saw all the guys warming up, getting their cameras ready, and their shoes ready, getting their muscles loose, because they've got to run at a pretty high pace to keep up with this.
The female winner in this race is expected in 75 minutes. That means we're hoping to see them back here in El Paso at 11:45. So that's a little bit slower than the men's time. Obviously, the male winners, the top 4 men, were all under the previous course record of 68. But we do see that there was a huge spread in the men's run over the same course. Like from the winner in 66:02, the final finisher came in 1:34:33, and there were several runners who there was one other runner who just dipped under the 90 minutes, and a lot of men in that 75 to 87 minute completion bracket.
So, and also just to keep your eye open, the descent is very dangerous, and the 1 or 2 have fallen in this race. So we'll keep an eye out for any non-finishers. One has been taken to hospital, but he has just had some stitches in his head. It's okay.
Yeah, we got a report there that it is the Italian runner Mattia Zen. And luckily for Italy, they had 4 in the team, so it meant it didn't affect the position, because it's only the first 3 to score, and that's the strength of being, a bigger nation with enough depth to field 4 runners, is that you do have room for that one accident.
And luckily for him as well, the organisers are superb and have got medical crews all over the course. So, it is part of trail running, certainly when you're descending at high speeds. You've got to take, in the European Championships, you've got to take a risk. You can't just sit back and take it easy like trail running normally is.
Just to run through, because we are getting comments on this feed, as we're talking you through here, day 3 of the first ever European Mountain or Off-Road Championships in El Paso. But before we turn to that, this is the early climb, so the runners are not long on the trail here, and we can see it's Maud Matisse, as you would expect. The climb is definitely her forte. We know that much. We will see about the descent. The other runners as well will probably look at someone with that sort of history and think it may not be a good idea to grab the lead from her just yet.
So we've got, is that Britain in second?
It is Kate Avery.
It is Kate. She's got a point to prove, I think.
And I think we've got Elise Gaggi there, the Italian, in third. And Sarah McCormick sits there very pretty in fifth. And we've got, I believe, that must be Scout Atkin.
So yeah, it's taken a pretty similar similar pattern to the uphill race on Friday. Scout was right up there as well, wasn't she? Early on, for sure.
Yeah, herself and Avery seem to pack fairly well, and Holly Page wouldn't be too far back. We know that. We also see the only Dutch runner in the race here who also ran very well, actually, to finish 8th in the uphill only on Friday. And we will just update you here. That is Giselle Slotboom.
There's a Finn in third place at the moment, 7:11.
Susanna Sapunki, of course, who was on the podium as well on Friday.
Yep.
So she'll be confident.
Yes, I read her Instagram post. She was very understandably very pleased with her run.
We've got another nationality here. Unfortunately, it could look like one of the female Romanians.
Yeah, Romania, isn't it? 738.
That is, Monica Madalina Florea,
and
Romania.
733, and then the first French woman.
And here we've got this Holly Page.
Oh, this is France, yes. 712.
So we've got, this is Christelle Deval.
That's about the first 7 or 8. There's another France. Oh, there, there's Spaniards.
Yes, they seem to be traced here by the Czech runners.
708 Spain, 710 Spain.
That would be Ondice Iturbe and Laia Montoya. She's just stretching her legs a bit here, Matisse. You know, she's saying, if you want to take this title off me, then you can't be conservative on this first climb. But I wonder how many of these competitors are familiar with her descending, and right now in their mind, they're trying to do a calculation saying, how much of a gap could I claw back on the 4-time European champion?
I would say that you wouldn't want to give her any gap. But as the under-20s showed, you can actually allow quite a large gap to develop if you're confident with your. Is that Sarah McCormick?
Yeah, Sarah McCormick doesn't want this gap to develop. Clearly, she's doing the work now to try to pull everyone else up. The breathing is laboured right from the start.
They climb this and then they head to a flatter forest path where the pace really will get going. So it'll be interesting to see how Maud handles that. Looks supremely confident.
Yes, and why wouldn't she? We know there was injury question marks hanging over her going. This was Jennifer Elvin, with her first Irish cap. She's a latecomer to the sport, drifted into marathon running, then trail running, and she's kind of taken the local scene by storm. But for her, this is going to be first and foremost a learning experience. We know Sarah McCormick is the experienced international competitor who can win a race, or at least finish within the medals at a race of this. And she's really she's boldly going after Maud Matisse here.
Well, it's the European Championships. You've got to go for it, haven't you? So, and then 7:16, is that a Scout?
Yes, I believe very few international medals were ever won without a runner at some stage having to make a choice to say, do I need to go into a zone here that might be a bit beyond what I would normally be comfortable with?
I think it's probably, yes, it's beginning to stretch already, isn't it?
Yeah, Susanna Sapunki just about hanging on here.
Yeah, it's worth taking the risk though, because especially they will know, they've been out here 10 days now, many of them. They'll know the course inside out, so they'll know that it does flatten slightly for the middle section.
And as we heard from Sylvain Cachard, he knew it was a perfect race because it hurt a lot.
Yes, that's how he described it. Yeah, how do you know it's a perfect race? Because it hurt a lot. So I think that many people are running a perfect race here. I'm interested how quickly it's spreading out already.
Got two more of the Irish runners, so that would be the third and fourth placed Irish runner. They are
Belgian just gone through.
This could be one of the Danish competitors. Here we've got one of the Slovenians. And yes, as the footage shows, they has definitely hotted up.
I think that's going to be an issue. There's 3 refreshment stations, which for the men's race were almost irrelevant. But I think for the women's race, given that the temperature has raised 4 or 5 degrees, I think already, that picking on liquid early on might be important.
Yeah, I expect we will see more use of these aid stations. And here we see in this one of the Swiss runners, and with 7:43 here, we've got again Dominika Valant of Slovenia. The Slovenians, you know, they're running solid, but most of them too far down the field that we could expect them to feature in the medals today.
Yeah, but they've been a solid team all round, haven't they? And been competing in every event, so that's good to see. There we go, checking the medals out. That will be being put around their neck in about an hour. So they're just getting the junior women to go probably in 5 minutes. They changed the schedule slightly in the men's, brought it forward 5 minutes, so I imagine we're going to see the same. The women follow a slightly different route, and I would say a much faster, less technical route.
As we saw there, the main difference is that there's a very narrow gully early on that's quite cut up, so it makes the very first part of the descent slightly slower. But because it's so short, it won't be holding them back much. We had male winning times, you know, well under 21 minutes.
For in excess of 5k over a course that's got 300 meters plus of climbing, that's fast running. Sub 4 minute kilometer speed. I mean, they were probably operating, as you'll see, when the women's race gets underway, they're operating close to 3 minutes.
I think all eyes in that race is going to be on Ida Valdal of Norway, who won the under-20 uphill women's. You know, if she can descend as well, she would be one of the favourites here. We've also got 2 sisters, Anna and Sina Schörling from Switzerland, returning. And they neither were in the medals in the race on Friday, but they were very solidly up there, you know, well in the top 10.
Yeah, we're going to be careful how we call this one, because the men's race changed so incredibly in the space of less than 5 minutes of running. So certainly it's not a done deal till you cross the line. Here's the French team, who are super dominant game today as they were yesterday.
Yeah, the name's always less well known in under-20 competition, because obviously they're the stars of the future, less so than the present, but we can be nearly certain, just given how the French has performed at this championship, that at least one of those girls there is going to be up there in the mix, and I expect exactly the same from the Italians.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know if the French under-20 women were in Font-Romeu as well, as the men's team have been using Font-Romeu as a training base. It's probably had at least a squad weekend there.
So Owen Flynn here, and his partner in crime at the start line, Jaime. They're just getting everyone settled at the start line.
Keeping the body temperature down is important.
I believe we're looking at Hannah Keogh here. A very promising track athlete who is getting her first cap in the hills.
Yeah, well, as we've found to our peril, predicting it off your track times is not a good idea.
Not necessarily. if she's still well up there by the time she gets in on the road. But we should also mention the Italians, because obviously the Italians are having this, titanic battle at the front of the medal table with the French, and they have Axel Vicari in this race, who was second behind Ida Valdal in the uphill only, and she was distanced by only 28 seconds on the uphill then.
Okay, so which is pretty close actually in that race, because it was close to impossible to run the last 500 meters. Any kind of speed.
There she is, Ida Valdal with the 5:24. 5:32 there as well. The Swiss team being led out there. This is Sina Schörling, so as we said, her twin sister as well is competing in this race.
it's another family affair. So, yes, you're right. Norway is going to take an early lead, I think.
So Carolina Ribeiro there of Portugal. And Portugal, you know, they're well represented in terms of numbers at this championship, but they haven't really featured in the races.
Por la Noruega, en
I
este
think
caso,
the Portuguese Federation perhaps will be a little bit disappointed with how it's gone so
Aida
far. They have got a big team here.
Venía en solitario, vienen
Our reporting crew on the line saying that
tan
people
solo
are
2 minutos y esto
soaking
arranca.
themselves in water here.
Jueces
It's
ya
really getting very
preparados.
hot.
Chicas listas.
This can really affect you because when you have to run a race that takes just over 20 minutes, you are really into what we call the red zone in terms of that energy system is extremely demanding in terms of heat generation. So you can get the feeling like your body will just be overwhelmed by the need to not just liters and liters of blood around your system, but also trying to keep the core temperature low enough that you basically don't get a heat stroke.
Well, yeah, and any kind of 1 degree raise in temperature decrease your performance by 1 or 2%. So
1 minuto 5 segundos. Bienvenidos al espectáculo desde el Paso. Ahora mismo epicentro del Trail Mundial con ustedes, chicas, las sub-20 que van a arrancar. Entramos ya en los 45 últimos segundos. Todo presto y dispuesto, cronos a cero, todo reseteado. Chicas, muchísima suerte y atención, nos vamos a marchar en 35 segundos.
Field of 32 runners, and they're getting into the start stance. Oh, she will lean forward a little bit too much there for the liking of the official. You don't want a false start.
20 segundos.
Doesn't make any difference.
It's rare that races are decided on the length of a toe, but it does happen.
10 segundos.
In the 100 meters, maybe, or more likely the 60 meters indoors. But here we go.
On your marks.
Arrancan la sub-20.
We're away. It's going to be fast. Get ready.
We will see now who's trying to grab the initiative. It is Ida Valdal at the moment. She has got
Irish. Your Irish are right up there at the moment.
Yeah, but
Ida Valdal is
looks like a Spanish runner now has taken the lead here in what look kind of is nearly like an arrow formation.
As the under 20 men discovered, this is very difficult to control correctly. You're going to burn everything out.
This is actually Gemma Rebolo, who's taken the lead. Here's Maud Matisse, and she looks like, is that still Sarah McCormick sitting on her shoulder? No, it's a different runner now. He looks like a Romanian has placed herself on her shoulder there. So what would be really interesting to know now is, has Sarah McCormick actually passed her out, or has she had to just let go of this early acceleration from the Swiss? But yeah, Gemma Rebolo is absolutely tearing down the early descent. She wants to make this race as hard as possible from the very beginning. Do you think she knows something about this course that the rest of them don't?
I'm slightly worried for her, but you know, equally this, you know, it's home territory, isn't it? So, and you're representing Spain in Spain, so you know, it's worth taking a risk.
A fine line, isn't it?
I think the word is risk though at this stage. Just watching the women there, and see if we can see the number of 138.
So she's chased here by Monica Marilina Florea. So we did see her in the lead pack in some of the earlier footage.
She's got a very low carriage, hasn't she? She's got a low knee lift, so, which is what she's covering that hill climbing.
Yeah, this is really cross-country skiing style. You know, this is very unusual to see. This is kind of it's nearly called flightless running. There's a number of different words for it these days, but some have proposed that it might actually be a useful gait for if you need to go for very slow running due to lower leg injury. Because the impact is a lot lower than, you know, when you just get the knee higher, get a bit more of a flight phase. But when you're running uphill like this, it's impossible to get much of a flight phase, and it's certainly on a very, very long ascent like this. You know, it's all about economy first.
Just looking, I'm just looking at the stride difference between Maud. She has got a slightly better knee lift, hasn't she? But you're right, it's all about economy, and we've chatted about it. Everyone has an individual body position which works perfectly for them. So that's a big gap already, though. Look, the first two are away, and then this is Scout Atkins in bronze at the moment. Then that's Kate Avery there.
And here's Sarah McCormack.
So that's and then the Finn, Susanna,
followed by France. So that would be Christelle Deval, and here we've got the Dutch Slot Doom.
So splitting up already, but as we discovered in the men's race, that means nothing. And these gaps can easily be closed very quickly, certainly in the second half.
Vamos arriba, esa campeona.
First Spaniard.
Yes, it does look like this is not going to be one of the races where the locals can add to their medal table, where they are still in third.
They've had tremendous championships and one of their best ever, I think, talking to a Spaniard yesterday. They were very, very pleased with how it's going. Well, of course, you know, there's 2 more races to go and they want to do well in those as well.
Well, and in fact, I'm just seeing here they have actually been supplanted. So we now have Spain has dropped down to a 4th position.
Oh no!
They have 11 medals versus Great Britain's 7 medals, but Great Britain have 2 gold, Spain only 1. So that means Spain must win one of the final 2 events to get back into the overall top 3 in the medal rankings.
Well, we'll pick up the under 20 women in a minute. They were winning that, but I think that's very early days to call that one. So this path looks pretty fast going, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is one of these, as we've seen, the terraces. I ran this part of the course yesterday, and it is the first. It's the only real extended relief that they're going to get on the first climb, because as they kind of run this terrace, they will very shortly be taking a left up through the slightly narrower single track up through the trees.
Any updates from our viewing team? Do we any questions to answer there while we're watching this?
Well, believe it or not, someone wants to know who are the commentators.
I don't know if we want to answer that question, do we? So I'm Paul Larkins, and this is René Borg on my right.
Let's see if we have any other questions that need urgent addressing. When does it start? I think we have addressed that. So all the races are started at this stage. There's a lot of support as well. David Chevrier says, "Go Italy." I imagine this is a family member of Xavier Chevrier, who was competing earlier.
Yeah, it's great to see family members and friends. My friend, we were watching the men's uphill on Friday, and my friend in Northern Ireland tuned in, especially not realising I was commentating, to watch your Irishman Zach. Was he 5th in the uphill race?
He eventually was upgraded to joint 4th.
Oh, joint 4th! Tremendous.
I'm having a look here in the meantime of who is this. Who is Monica Marlene Florea, who is currently the closest challenger to Maud Matisse. So she is currently. She seems to mainly have recorded 10,000 meter results in athletics and marathon as well. But a very limited record there. So she appears to be someone who is coming from these off-road disciplines. We're just going to see, can we get a little bit more details on her? She appears to have won the Balkan Championship last year at the same time as Timothy Bichan won it for Slovenia. You know, and obviously Timothy Bichan we saw in the men's race earlier today.
Here we go. We've picked up the leaders in the under 20 women. So Britain in the lead. From is that the Norwegian in second place? René?
Yes, it does appear like it's Ida Valdal, and she is
second behind the first Britain. Apologies if I'm French first.
Let's see the early Spanish leader. She might be tucked in behind there, or she could have fallen a bit further down the field. As I said, this is the most frustrating part of the climb of this route, because this gully is fiercely uneven.
Very steep.
Yeah, and there's a lot of hidden rocks, because they're the same colour as everything around them, but they're the sort of little rocks that if you did step on them, they would totally take your foot away.
The early leader, the Spaniard, possibly is in fourth.
See here, one of the Italians third. Could look like we are having another close battle there between Ida Valdal and Axel Vicari, and if we can just get a number reading here on the front runner.
5-1-3.
5-1-3, so in the lead here currently is Eve Whittaker.
Eve Whittaker. Early days yet, but that's fantastic. Norway second, Eve Whittaker lead. Look up a little bit of information about it.
See Ida Valdal now, once it flattened out, straight away she goes back to the front. It's just enough to create a bit of a gap. We have a Czech runner in fourth. We have the first French runner, and this could be the English Spanish lead. Unfortunately, there the image just stalled. Couldn't see the number.
Brilliant.
The second Italian. Most of the Irish and Romanians are just past us here as the cameraman is working his way down the field. It's the second and third Spanish runners and another of the Irish runners, and here it is. See this, the early pace, even in a short race like this, can be grueling enough that you simply build up so much oxygen debt that the walking strategy has to be used. Here's Jennifer Elvin of Ireland.
Yeah, I think that the opening kilometres would certainly result in walking if you got that wrong.
Ojalá me toca ahora. Me tocó antes con los tíos, ahora toca con las tías. Y luego con los
Getting a bit of still footage here from El Paso, so we might see if we can get some of the early cut-offs. See, this is the mayor of El Paso, which is being interviewed in the studio next to us here, where our Spanish colleagues are commenting. They've been commenting all weekend for the Spanish stream for European athletics, but also for Television Gran Canaria, or Canarias, which is located in Tenerife with our production team. So let's have a look now at the...
Eve Whittaker, by the way, won the British trials, so she's obviously coming into this race in super good form.
Well, certainly a British gold medal here would be very useful in the battle for the overall medal positions. So currently, the update we're getting from the last timing point in the ladies at 2.5 kilometers on the climb is what we are seeing here. What we are seeing here is the junior ladies. So again, the Eve Whittaker, yeah, is still leading. Ida Valdal going back in here, starting the second loop. But in the meantime, it appears Scout Atkin has caught up with Maud Matisse and Monica Florea, and the three of them arrived together at the first aid station at 2.5 kilometers into the climbing on the 17.6k senior race. And there's a chasing pack. Kate Avery followed shortly after by Sarah McCormack. I think then the data gets a little bit fishy because it claims that there would be an 8-minute gap down to Susanna Sapunki and Christelle Deval, which would be much too early for that sort of gap to develop.
Yeah. The data can be a little bit off. So, but equal as is this, these pictures can be a little bit deceiving. So, just because these two are in a comfortable position at the bell does not mean they will be first and second.
No, usually when you hear the bell, it's only 400 meters, but in this case, they have everything to do again.
And on a course that clearly is demanding because it changes so much in the second half. But here we go. Find out.
It'll be a fascinating battle because historically we know that Great Britain have a history of producing better descenders than Norway. On the other hand, we know Ida Valdal obviously climbs very, very strongly. So it's really about, if I had to put a bet on it right now, I'd say if Ida can get to the top with a reasonable lead, she has a shot. But otherwise, I'd favour Eve Whittaker here.
Well, it was a kiss of death to look at their track times in the under 20 men's race. But I'm just looking up Eve Whittaker's performances, and she's a 5-minute flat 1500 metre runner. But really, she's from Harrogate. Clearly, looking at her results, she's definitely a mountain running specialist. She's very good at cross country, very good at off-road events. So, luck Eve on this second lap.
Yeah, I hope they stay together for a bit because it would be nice to really have a bit of a ding-dong battle here on the final lap rather than what sometimes happens, of course, in these situations is that one of the two people who expected to lead, they simply break.
Eve is going for it though, isn't she? She's not allowing her more favoured rival to dominate at all in this race.
No, she's not, and maybe she knows it from the circuit. It's they might have competed, in other events because, as you mentioned, most of these athletes will have some kind of competitive experience, especially at under 20 level, in cross country and track.
Oh yeah, for sure. Looking at her, she's good at everything really. She's good at track and she's good at cross country, but she's unbelievably good at trail running. As she's attempting to prove here. Here we go, Spain, Norway, Spain in the women's.
We are seeing Laura Vignot there, and here is with the 7:08 is Yolanda Martin, and they are passing. They're just now passing this first checkpoint at 2.5 kilometer point. So there's already very, very significant gaps developing in the ladies' race.
I know. I hope we pick up pictures soon. I'm excited that Scout Akin has closed down on Maud Matisse there. So we'll get an update soon.
I'm being told here that Ida Valdal has a very interesting story because she only made her debut in mountain running at the age of 17. She was racing a 10-mile sky race with 1,300 meters vertical. And that was actually, she was Youth World Skyrunning Champion. And with a 5-minute lead to her nearest competitor. So, Ida Valdal in that sense hasn't come out of nowhere in this discipline, but she only did start 1 year ago.
As the name suggests, skyrunning is enormously difficult and certainly requires a fantastic climbing ability, which she demonstrated perfectly on Friday. So it'll be interesting to see how her descending skills are here as we watch the French number 714 cruise by.
Yeah, I was trying to pass the Norwegian article on the topic here, and she actually in that same event in that same championship she won the vertical the Friday before.
So winning the double is not unusual for her.
No, this would be remarkable if she managed, 2 championships in 2 years with 2 doubles. But at this stage,
two very different events, really.
Yes, it does look like Eve Whittaker is going to have something to say about that. We can see here, this is Jennifer Elvin, really looking over her shoulder to see where she is in this race.
Definitely split up. So how long have we've got? Yep, we're past halfway. Are we in the women's race? They're coming up to halfway.
The Irish ladies are packing quite well, so we expected Sarah McCormick to be out front, but Jennifer Elvin here with her teammates Roisin Holy and Edel Monaghan, and they're close together, and that might prove helpful in the second part of the race. If they still find themselves running as a pack, they might be able to lend support to each other.
I hope so. That's an important part of team running, isn't it? Working together, and certainly gives you confidence in the second half if you know that your teammates who you've trained with and spent time on training camps, and you know that you're as good as them, so you work together and run quicker as a result. Here's our Slovenian runner.
Yeah, one of the Slovenians. So the Slovenians have a team in this competition as well, and this is Vladimira Drasla. What we do see as well is that not every runner here can win this race, and some of them are more than aware that they're here for the experience, or they're here to just, run a placing that they find satisfying based on the goals they've set before. And one of the things I'd say you definitely want to do, Paul, if you have fellow runners from the same country, you prefer to not be the last.
Well, here you go. I'm just looking at the split times. Yes, I agree. But that, Whittaker by 1 second, we knew that. And then a 10-second back. Anna Hoffer of Italy. And
Eva Giselova, and we've got French runner Nila Clement. And it wasn't then Axel Vicari, actually, who was not the first Italian, but third and sixth Italy here. Whereas it's first and ninth at the moment for Britain.
The team competition is very open at the moment, isn't it? That could go either way.
Yeah, extremely open, because we've only got to Gemma Robola, who took that early, extremely quick lead. She's already over 30 seconds off the pace in eighth.
Yes, it looked like she was playing a risky strategy, and but as the men's race proved, the men's under 20 proved that it's still just about playable for her. If that gap is covered, if she's feeling great in the second half, she can cover that.
Yeah, we've got only 37 seconds separating the first from 10th here. And for the podiums, there's all to play for, because Eva Giselova has got 8 seconds up, and she's running together this split with Nelly Clement from France, and they've only got a further second down. So there's quite a lot of runners here who, if they can get a really good run in the second lap, they might just about manage to nudge themselves onto that podium.
We'll know so they've been going 20 minutes now, so we'll know in about 3 or 4 minutes, I think. Destination of the medals. Here we go. So our cameraman is on the course. He's been running this section, the leaders. So he's just warming up, getting ready. I'm guessing here. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, this is the ladies making their way up this narrow gully between between, as we more or less expected. We thought Ida Valdal would be the one to try and be aggressive on this climb to see could she shake off Eve Whittaker. It appears she succeeded, unless Eve Whittaker has passed out the cameraman.
Yes, I don't think that's...
No, the notes are telling us different. So, but I must say, I'm surprised by the size of this gap.
It is. That's why I paused for a second, thinking, well, maybe she has, because this is the space of 5 minutes, as in the men's race. It's dramatically changed, hasn't it? And again, Eve Whittaker didn't look at all in trouble, but clearly this result is heading to Norway. This gold medal is heading to Norway.
And to the commenter, because for the second day running, we had, I believe it's probably the same person asking, where is Jakob Ingebrigtsen? Well, who needs him when we've got Ida Valdal?
There you go. I've just had a text from the finish line saying Eve Whittaker had a big lead halfway. Yes, we knew that. So, but we now can update that and say that she doesn't have that anymore. As in the men's race, it's all changed.
Someone here saying you can hear the camera team are working hard. Yes, indeed, Steve. This is Steve Colliver. Indeed, they are.
I've got to say they're impressive looking bunch of runners who have obviously been roped into this, and I think they did a bit of training with all the gear, because they're not travelling light.
Well, the pack is a lot larger than you'd expect, because some of our listeners, might be used to seeing these little GoPro cameras, and it's not like that at all. It's a massive black backpack.
Yeah, I suppose for the signal, I suppose they've got to carry their own Wi-Fi signal around with them, so it's quite a big server they're carrying on their back. Here we go. This is more or less the final descent, isn't it? So, are we all?
What are we? We are watching here. Looks to be
the senior women.
Senior women, yeah. We've got an Italian runner entering the Barrial area. And let's see who follows here will give us a good. This is Slot. It's supposed to be the Dutch on the Slot boom, which would mean these are not the leaders, the chasing pack.
Yeah, these were chasing in about 5th place, weren't they? We've missed the leaders.
Yeah, El Barrial. So again, this is one of the eastern suburbs of El Paso.
It's roughly the halfway point, isn't it? It's the frying pan.
Yes, it is. And here we've got, I think, Kate Avery coming down, and followed by, several French and Great Britain runners. And this is Matisse. So
this is the leaders. Whoa! Well, there's all change again.
Yes, that's remarkable, and just shows that if we can believe our eyes here, and it's not another Swiss runner running with a headband, the first descent has really upset the apple cart.
I've used the word about 5 times already today. That is a dramatic change in the front, isn't it? So Maud Matisse has dropped down to around 6th or 7th place, and Kate Avery, for instance, who was in that lead pack, is also now dropped, and it's all changed at the front end.
Isidra Valdal, she's coming in here. This is it for her, definitely. It's as suit up as a race can be. She does look now to be really coming up, but the job is done. Double gold. As she gets off that track, we can see her stride just opening up more and more, and the grimace is starting to be replaced with a smile.
I think that's still the grimace. She's definitely enjoying it as a French winner in the same way. It's causing her enormous pain. Oh, that's a smile. It's a big win, isn't it?
It's a big win, and it's a fantastic championship for Norway, because Norway, for all the glory they have in cross country and track at the moment, they're not a massive mountain running nation, but here they are, with 2 gold medals in 2 races.
Sub 25 minutes, about 5.6 kilometers with 300 meters of climbing, so that's fast running for sure.
You can see though there just on the flushed she is, the expression on her face, that she had to really put everything into breaking Eve Whittaker's attack here.
Fantastic silver medal for the Harrogate resident.
Harrogate Harriers. I used to have a lot of Harrogate Harriers visiting Irish races. It's a very traditional fell running club in England.
It is.
And she's being chased down here, so the Italian is closing dangerously fast.
No, I think Eve's going to hang on there.
Yeah, she has just enough in the bank, but it is another medal for Italy, and it all counts at this stage. It's silver for Great Britain and Eve Whittaker, and she's also totally spent.
So team competition is going to be interesting. Italy already in them with 3 points.
It is actually
2 points.
Axel Vicari managed to overtake her teammate Anna Hofer here on the final part of the descent.
5:06
is Neil Clement.
And second Italian.
This must be Anna Hofer, who was overtaken the latest
French. 2 France and 2 Italy. 1 Spain.
This must be our early leader. Bravely took out the race.
Well, she ran very well, to be fair.
She recovered well, from that mistake.
Yeah, I don't know that she would call it a mistake. I mean, that's, a top 10 finish in the European Championships.
Is Anna Hofer. Yes, you can argue, because you will always look back and say, well, if I hadn't, would I have been further up? And it's a question that is always, you can't go back and answer it.
So we've got 2 French and 2 Italian in. Here we go.
We have a sprint finish, I believe, here. We're seeing these 2 runners really going for it.
Is this a French fest against?
And it seems to be... Oh, she dipped for the line there.
France v Britain.
Yeah, France
so that's 3 French in. So
and the British runner distraught.
Yeah, nailed on the line, or dipped on the line there.
This is actually Georgia Bell.
I think that's 3 French in.
And that hurt. Very encouraging and relaxed smile there from the British team manager. Yeah, with 5:04 it was Gemma Reboglio from that got to lead home Spain. She led at the start. She led her team home.
And has run well. Congratulations. I'm rightly proud of that run.
She looks happy enough.
Now my thoughts are turning to the women's race and seeing. Kind of wish we could have a camera out there, just how much that is changing. We thought the men's race changed. The women's race has changed. Unbelievable. She's just checking the doping control.
Would be. I think while I have never, for good reasons, been asked, I believe it's custom to pick the leaders and then a few random checks. We see the full results here, so 24:37. So she nearly had a minute in the end over Eve Whittaker, and Eve Whittaker just held off the late charge of Excel Vicari, who was 6 seconds down. So France with 4 and 5 and 8, so it looks very, very solid for France. They're 13 points in the team competition. Yeah, you've got 11 points for Great Britain. Yeah, they cannot make the win there.
Italy have 2 in, but not 3 on that result. Victory for France.
Oh yeah, we see here, this is what a runner who's really fought it out in the heat can look like, and this is Luna Giovanetti.
She needs a bit of ice.
That's why we watch the chat here from the early finishes in the ladies under 20 up and down race. We're gonna just go here to our timing tools and see if there are any split times in Barrial from the senior women's race.
And who do we think was winning? They went so quickly through the camera there, we couldn't really work it out, could we?
No, we don't yet have much to go on in terms. We have some. The estimates do not show that upset that we were seeing. The estimates from live tracking still is estimating more Matisse and Monica Florea to arrive first. What are we seeing here is Opinio. Now so what we saw must have been a different Swiss runner because it's still more Matisse in the lead at Pinot, so that's just at the foot of the first descent. She's got 1 second to Monica Florea. Sarah McCormack has been distanced slightly here by about 40 seconds, and she's just ahead of Scout Atkin, and they would be quite familiar with each other because Sarah McCormack, although she's Irish, she does live in the British Lake District, and she does most of her racing there. We've got the Finn Susanna Stapunki in 5th, Sara Ottarelli in 6th, Giselle Slotboom, the Dutch, in 7th, so she's looking here at the moment to better her 8th position from Friday.
So that split time is at 40 minutes. Doesn't tally fully with the pictures we saw, does it?
No, it doesn't, but we might have been misled. We didn't see all of the Swiss athletes at the start line, and it's possible that maybe there is another tall Swiss runner who runs with a headband. We've got here a number 528 coming in for Romania, and we can see Sarah Rowell here. It's just ushering her away from that area. And that is Stefania Tikaliak. We've got now
the woman on the finish line there, just Sarah Roll in the hat, is one of the world's greatest mountain runners from the 1980s. She's still passionate about the sport and one of the organisers here. So one of the reasons this championships was invented, in fact. Hours of committee meetings and arguments to create an off-road championships as opposed to strict mountain running championships or a strict trail running championships.
I would have paid an entry fee to listen to some of those conversations.
Well, Sarah did talk to me for about 3 hours once about it, but I glazed over after a couple of hours. But yes, the arguments are intense, and understandably people are passionate about mountain running and what that involves, and equally a newer crowd, I suppose, are passionate about trail running and what that involves. And there the two should meet, but Sarah has managed to convince the powers that be that the two should meet, and here it is.
And would say it is the right choice because there simply is no venue on Earth where, well, maybe with a few exceptions, but it's very, very difficult to have a venue and a series of events that would exactly mimic the type of tradition of every single country that will come here and participate. So I think maybe we just have to be a little bit open-minded and say, look, we're running off the road on various different courses and we're going to come out for the championships and they will all be different. And we saw this with the at the launch of the World Championship, or the presentation of that course yesterday, which is taking place in Chiang Mai, I believe it's in November. There were some of the runners who were there. We've got 433 athletes signed up and committed to come out to Thailand for the race.
We spoke on Friday
very
after you were the European champion of the uphill only race, and once again you're the European champion of the up and down. How did you do it?
I didn't expect much for today because I feel like I'm really slow at these short distances and I'm not really good downhill, so I was really excited to run today.
Well, tell us about the last 48 hours, because you had this incredible victory on Friday. For most people, one championship in a week, in a month is enough, but you've done 2 wins in 3 days. What were the last 48 hours like? Were you resting? Were you training, getting massages? Tell us about your recovery.
I was laying by the pool, enjoying the sun, because at home it's only rain for the for the rest of the week. So I'm just enjoying the heat and sun, and I had a short run.
And for everybody watching at home, tell us about your training, because to come here and do the double and be the European champion on Friday and once again be the European champion on Sunday, you must have had an incredible preparation. So tell us a little about your training if you can.
I do both cross-country skiing and skimo and running. So I train I train different things to so that I can train more but not be as packed in the muscles. So
well, that's the secret. We all need to do some skiing in the winter time maybe. Well, I might let you say the final words to your friends and family back home in Norway. Give them a message. Well done, our European champion. Incredible.
Thank you. Hei. Håper dere koser dere I regnet.
Well done, our European champion, Ida Walda from Norway. Incredible running from this athlete, one to watch from the future. She's our under-20 champion, and I have no doubt over the next couple of years we'll be seeing this athlete in the senior championships winning medals as well. Well done, Ida, incredible.
So, the sports sciences monsters will say, what's recovering by sunbathing by the pool? That's completely the wrong thing to do. Clearly not in this case.
Clearly not, but I do remember the 1992 bronze medalist in the Olympic marathon, Lorraine Moller of New Zealand, once telling me she always felt she did her best training on the couch. And of course she was referring to the fact that the so-called training formula is training plus recovery equals performance, which is something a lot of athletes forget.
Well, luckily I'm preparing quite well then, therefore, so I spend quite a bit of time loafing on the couch watching TV, as we're doing right now, although it's not a couch, it's more of a chair.
Are we seeing here this must be the under-20 women just celebrating the Italian team?
Did we think France? The stationary camera picking up women as they are approaching, so we're looking at 1 minute, and the women are going to run 74 minutes roughly, would we predict vaguely?
Yes, that was the rough prediction, and we should see from the split time at the bottom of the descent was 40:31, I believe, for Mo Matisse, and I think she's going to come back maybe slightly faster, but that would suggest a time maybe just under 80 minutes.
It's going to be interesting. I'm still dubious about some of those split times. We can only go on what the camera the split times are telling us, and they're telling us completely different stories at the moment. Do we have any viewers who are actually on the course? Do we know that?
Just seeing here the young Irish women resting in the shade as you would want to, and maybe just reflecting on the race.
A hot day for Ireland.
It is a hot day for Ireland, I can tell you that, because we have had just, much like Ida Valdal was saying about her native Norway, we have had an absolutely desperately wet spring with only a few scattered weeks of actual fair weather.
Whereas Great Britain has enjoyed a tropical summer as usual.
As usual, yeah. Great Britain is a known destination for the sun lovers.
And rightly so.
Rightly so, as long as you go to Brighton.
Well, don't start me on that. I can tell you endless stories about Brighton. Grandmother owned a sweet shop. There you go, that's completely irrelevant to what we're talking about today. Well done, Spain. They're enjoying a tremendous championship, so I would suggest picking up more medals and more good team performances and better team performances than in previous years.
We can confirm here the final standings in the up and down under-20 women's team standings. So it was obviously France had quite a comprehensive victory ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and with Italy in third. So Anna Hofer, Axel Vicari and Luna Giovanetti, they combined to beat out Spain. I'm just trying to see, they beat them actually quite comprehensively with 21 points. So there never really was any doubt about the podium. Only the who was going to get which colour of medal.
There's the victorious French squad there, I think, to celebrate perhaps in the Norwegian style, and kick back by the pool and a few glasses of water and just generally recover. I guess the teams have been here for 10 days or so. Unfortunately for them, they're all probably jetting off home tomorrow. Although I noticed the British team claim that they're taking the ferry home. Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps, I wonder, are they referring to a ferry the whole way, or are they just going to take the Fred Olsen Express over to one of the bigger islands? Because La Palma is a very small airport. Actually, here we are seeing Jennifer Elvin. So she was the second placed Irish woman on the descent. So I imagine here what we are seeing, this is kind of halfway down the field. She's shadowed by what appears to be a Belgian runner.
Yeah, we need an update, don't we? See where the action is up the front end. I'm kind of... Oh, here we go, maybe.
More of the Irish arriving here. So as we saw earlier, the third and fourth placed Irish were not far behind Jennifer Elvin. So she's going to try and close the gap here, and her teammates, and then hopefully they can just get over the top, because the Irish, much like the British runners, do really like the descending.
Yeah, so they've got 20 minutes of that action to come, I guess. Yes, you're right. I mean, British runners tend to prefer the descent because of our tradition, I suppose. But although clearly today the French have demonstrated and the Norwegians have demonstrated that skill to the max. Here we go. So hopefully El Paso in the far distance there. So hopefully this means we're going to pick up the running cameras on this tight trail.
What might make this very interesting, because with Sarah McCormack in third, a bronze medal here would already in itself be a fantastic performance for Sarah. But Sarah was someone who, she won medals, team medals with Ireland in the cross country. But she then tripled the amount of running she was doing on rough terrain, because she just was not happy with her descending. And she felt she really took off in terms of descending once she did that, so that could be another recipe for our listeners back home. If you're not quite happy with your descent, well, just go out there and spend more time on rough terrain.
And she lives in the Lake District, correct? So she's got plenty of opportunity to do that.
Yes, and she's got herself and her partner Paul Tierney.
Estamos ya con las chicas sub-20 en este caso. La formación, la escuadra española, las de rojito. En primer término tenemos aquí a Gemma. Buenos días.
Spanish Under 20 team.
Bueno, pues ha sido una carrera muy dura. Había muchísimo nivel y pues la verdad es que estoy muy contenta con el papel que hemos hecho todas, porque creo que hemos demostrado pues, que estamos aquí y a lo que hemos venido. Para ser mi primera carrera así importante de trail y no prepararlo en específico, creo que estoy satisfecha con el resultado. La verdad es que yo me lo he pasado súper bien y me encantaría pues, volver a repetir una experiencia así. La semana aquí ha sido increíble con toda la selección, vivirlo aquí, todo el equipo técnico, el apoyo que hemos tenido de todos los ciudadanos, los entrenadores, las compañeras, ha sido todo un ambiente genial y ojalá pues, poder repetir en un futuro una experiencia así, la verdad.
No sé si os habéis dado cuenta, pero yo no le he hecho ninguna pregunta, con lo cual yo ya no me queda... ¿Cómo dices?
Que es la euforia del momento, no sé.
Para mí perfecto, ¿eh? Has hecho un speech que me ha venido todo cuadrado. Vamos a pasar, si te parece, Gemma, en esta ocasión a la siguiente componente, a Blanca. Me pongo por aquí. Blanca, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, bueno, yo estoy contenta por mí y por mis compañeras. Y bueno, pese a haberme caído, yo he hecho todo lo que he podido y había mucho nivel. Y estoy muy contenta de estar aquí.
Oye, ¿un trazado que te beneficia o no tanto?
Bueno, depende. No lo sé. Puede que más llano a mí me vaya mejor, pero me gusta esto también.
¿Te ves con más montaña o qué?
No lo sé. A ver.
Estamos entre dos campos, ¿no?
Sí. A ver. No lo sé. Si se puede hacer todo, lo haré todo.
Pues yo creo que ese es el camino, a intentarlo por lo menos, ¿vale? Vamos a pasar a la siguiente componente. Vamos ya... No sé por dónde entrarle, no sé qué preguntarle a esta mujer. Nos hemos visto ya en algunas pruebas destacadas. ¿Te esperabas lo primero rendir como has rendido hoy? ¿Te esperabas algo más, algo menos? ¿Cómo...?
La verdad es que me he encontrado bien porque esta carrera es muy rápida para mí y bueno, es un honor poder correr con estas chicas tan rápidas y que es lo mejor de Europa, o sea que estoy muy contenta de estar aquí y ojalá pueda estar más años aquí.
Martina, más años, pero ¿cuántos tienes?
17.
Pues no te queda ni nada. Última frase. ¿Cómo cierras esta frase que puedes anunciar a tus vecinos, a tus amigos, a tu gente, a tus familiares que te están viendo a través del streaming? ¿Qué les dices?
Pues que muchas gracias por estar allí y que agradezco mucho su apoyo.
Pues nada, ahí dejamos a estas tres componentes en esta ocasión de la rojita. Chicas, muchas gracias y hasta la siguiente. Nosotros vamos a continuar aquí en directo, ya sabéis, a través del streaming. Por aquí aplauden parte del staff técnico de la española.
Certainly we know that Scout Atkin can descend well enough, and she was in 4th position earlier, you know, so she definitely would have been someone who from that position could, just as we said, you know, Sarah McCormack had a chance, but
is this the Finn?
This looks like Susanna Sapunki.
It is. So Great Britain first, Finland second.
But she's looking a lot more tentative on this descent than we saw Scout Atkin, who was absolutely hammering down this.
So Scotland's Scout Atkin is comfortably in the lead at this stage.
We're an hour into this race now, so we were expecting we're entering the final phase here, the final essentially 15 minutes.
The men's stayed the same here from this point, 1, 2, 3. This, though, that's quite close, isn't it, between 3rd and 4th?
Here we've got one of the Italians, the 7:28. So this is Sara Bottarelli.
That's a tight turn, isn't it? This is a Spaniard here. So this is for the bronze medal. 7:08.
Unless, and we must account for that, is it possible the cameramen may have missed the first few runners, because it seems strange that we would actually. Here's Sarah McCormack.
Yeah,
she's definitely been overtaken. And Maud Matisse.
This is it.
It's incredible with this course. It seems like you just throw the runners in and you shake them up.
So that early fleeting.
No, not Maud Matisse. Not Maud Matisse. This is the second Swiss runner. But yeah, Sarah McCormack has been distanced. So it's an open question. Where is the 4-time European champion?
I think she's back there.
This is Kate Avery.
Yeah, she's behind Kate. No. Is this her?
No,
nope.
Did not. Here we've got Slot Boom from the Netherlands.
Yeah,
and it's so hard to take a corner like that tight. And often it's not worthwhile breaking that forcefully. I think this is Maud Matisse.
We got her eventually. There you go.
Yeah, Maud Matisse. So this was just a bridge too far.
Well, she went for it early on, but she's not going to cover that gap now. That's all over. So I think now we can confidently say first and second. And then the race is definitely on for third and fourth.
So this is the descent from the, after coming up from the El Barrial area. So we have another, we're hearing here from our producer that we're coming up into a 4-minute break, but just in case you're afraid you're going to miss the absolute decisive action, we're not quite there yet. We will have really good splits at
Por
Cuesta.
fin vacaciones, playita, monte, buena comida. Ay, este año las necesito más que nunca. Y ellos, míralos cómo se lo pasan. Anda, lo que faltaba. No hay mejor forma de empezar las vacaciones.
Este verano, tus vacaciones empiezan con Fredolsen Express, tu mejor compañía.
Bonita te llaman, bonita y silente. Bonito es tu canto con letras de sal, en versos de miel. Hermoso tu llanto con aires de Lima. Me alimentas, me arrullas, me tientas, me excitas, me aquietas. Me haces volar, me das vida. Bonito tu rubor reflejo en mis ojos, majestuosos los ojos de tu cielo infinito, porque arbitras batallas entre luces y raíces y apaciguas furias con colores y matices. Y bonita cuando ruges, cuando te enciendes. Eres bonita porque renaces, porque te yergues. Eres bonita, y bonita tu gente, porque te cuidan, porque te quieren, porque se cuidan, porque se quieren. Ayer, hoy y mañana, por 1000 razones, bonita, bonita, siempre. La Palma, la isla bonita.
Te he jodido el tobillo, tío. Yo creo que se me hinchó. De Joel a la base antes de empezar el asfalto, ¿cuánto tarda?
Maud Matisse here, a 4-time champion, but not enjoying the greatest of days today. But the cameraman has picked her up. Believe all you can see. So next to her, our Spanish colleagues are celebrating because they're leading the medal table with 11. So Renee is back with me now. We can openly discuss what is going on. What are we looking at? Why are we looking at Maud Matisse being told she's the female player? Who wasn't 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, it is curious, so we just need to try and establish the issue on the course here, because it is possible. We saw there were 2 Swiss runners. She is coming. It is Maud Matisse coming into La Cuesta, so the Swiss runner with a headband that we saw had been distanced was not her. So apologies to the listeners for that. It's simply that sometimes with this glare in the footage, it's a little bit hard to identify some of the runners. So the chase we saw just earlier before the commercial break, they are the podium chasers.
Do you think so? So Scout, who we thought was leading, is in second place?
Yeah, that would be my reading of this situation. If the text here is correct, and this is Maud Matisse coming towards this La Cuesta aid station where there's 2.5 kilometers of downhill to go.
Okay, I've got you. So we're live translating here what is happening with our erratic camera. So she looks strong, doesn't she? And it would stand to reason that she is comfortably in the lead, but because we don't pick up the readings. I think we're gonna boldly say that yes, she is. Your computer is confirming that.
We haven't a split yet, but we will have one shortly then, and we can get the final details. And it also raises the question of exactly where is Monica Floria, because she was the neck and neck with Maud Matisse for a lot of the early parts, and we haven't seen her anywhere else. It will be highly unlikely that she has just dropped like a stone through that pack. So she may as well be behind her somewhere there, facing those secondary medals.
So we're looking at almost the final descent, isn't it? They're just going to come off of this path into a red dirt path and down into El Paso. We're more than 5 to 10 minutes away.
So she's seeing a marker there, which unfortunately stores. That could just be an arrow, but basically the runners will get 2 warnings. They will see the 2 kilometer sign highlighted for them, and then the 1 kilometer sign. And it is critical, because this is not the type of terrain and speed where you want to be glancing too much at your watch.
Not at all. So we haven't confirmed that Maud Matisse is a fantastic descender, that's for sure. So
so I think the
stationary camera.
actions has pretty much moved on from here.
You can see we're completely confused by what's happening, but hopefully in the next couple of minutes we'll be able to get a clearer picture. There's the camera. Oh, here we go. This is the chasing back. I'm back to the leaders here. So, I mean, the cameraman is doing a fabulous job, isn't he? So.
Yeah, but his signal is just sometimes being knocked there from the descent. I think we're actually seeing, this is one of the Swiss runners chased by a Norwegian. It could as well be, because running in both Switzerland and Denmark are running with red singlets and black shorts. The only difference is that there's a little bit more white in the Swiss singlet, but you see slightly different.
Great jump there, double-footed leap.
Yeah, look, and this is this really tricky path we talked about yesterday. You know, it's actually very, very short. Like it's really, you're there and you're out of it before you realise. But this is the sort of stuff that Maud Matisse really excels on. And the cameraman's, you know, the amount of jumping you can see there in the camera, that's what you're dealing with. But she's already out of that gully. So the trickiest section is weathered. There we've got Jennifer Elvin of Ireland. So she has just taken that sharp turn. The current estimate for Maud Matisse at the next checkpoint is in 3 minutes.
What's your vague estimation? Do you think it's Maud Matisse from Scout Atkin from Sarah McCormack, maybe? That's a speculation, by the way.
I have a gut feeling that Monica Floria is still somewhere between them. But
yes.
Scout Atkin might be catching her. We don't know much about the Romanians' descending skills.
She's the Balkan champion.
She is Balkan champion.
Yeah,
and
so she's going to be competitive all the way to the end. So,
we might get a picture of this now.
Go. Come on, the cameraman is heading back uphill, but no runners yet to film. So I suppose this confirms one thing, that we shouldn't have doubted the split times. The cameraman had missed Maud Matisse several times out on the course, but the actual mats that caught her, obviously, she is in them. Here we go. So this is second place.
And as I thought, Floria is she's still holding on to second, and
comfortably second.
Yeah,
as well.
from the footage here, she looks to be moving well. Well, you would just because this is so uneven that you see the camera gets extremely jumpy. So just for any of our listeners, you know, if you don't deal well with this sort of thing, you might just want to look away for the next few minutes.
Well, yeah, I mean, the cameraman is doing an amazing job, isn't he? You're right. Yes, he doesn't win on keeping it steady. He's shifting though, so I mean, you know, he can't be blamed. So we're in the final few minutes now, isn't it? So we're going to be swinging into El Paso for the gold and silver. Interesting to see if it is Scout Atkin that's got in third place.
Of course, if Floria can hold on to this position, this will, or even if she has to dodge the bronze, that will put Romania on the medal table in these championships.
Yeah, I think she's going to stay unless Scout somehow is just right behind her. Getting excited at the finish line, asking us what's happening.
Who knows? It's all calm in El Paso.
Yeah. I'm warning them that they're about to come, but that's as much as I can tell you. All calm before the storm. Bells are ringing. So we're going to miss Maud pulling into the final straight, aren't we, by the looks of it?
I hope not. She still had, when we were seeing her, that we still have no split from La Cuesta.
Oh, okay.
So if she is still heading towards La Cuesta, then we have 2.5 kilometers past that.
So there we go, there's the view of the volcano.
Okay, so there is now 3 runners past the La Cuesta stop. Mormatis, she passed that split in 68.50. She had a 54-second gap to Monica Florea, so that should be decisive. And Scout Atkin is a further 52 seconds back at the moment. So Scout Atkin in third, and none of the other runners have yet arrived at La Cuesta.
Okay, so that's interesting. I'm going to defend ourselves slightly. So next door, our Spanish colleagues thought as we did, that the initial pictures were of Scout winning and Spain were in for a bronze, but they're not going to pick up a bronze here, are they? That's Scout has definitely got that sealed.
Yeah, at the moment, the highest placed Spanish runner is placed 11th. We have as well the estimate finish. We see Maud Matisse now on the final stretch, but she's estimated now to finish in less than a minute.
Less than a minute from here?
Yeah, they have 11:45. My clock says 11:44. Of course, we don't have the.
Oh, okay.
We don't have
that's
the
estimate. Yeah, then she's not going to
estimate.
finish it in a minute. She's not far away though. This is the final run in there. She's probably past the kilometres. Yes, she has. A double victory, amazing. So this is her 5th gold medal. Yeah, she's going. You can see El Paso just 200 or 300 meters away. Soaking up the cheers from the crowd. Good descending skills, or just unbelievable strength.
Probably a mixture of the two, you know, because there's something slightly awkward about Maud Matisse's gait. You know, if you're a stylist, you're looking purely at everything having to be.
I'll let you say that.
Yes, well, I think she probably realizes. It's just, you know, if we look at the footage we've seen over the week, you know, we have seen people coming down this looking more relaxed, you know, less braking. But at this stage as well, we can't forget, she was injured coming into this European Championship. She had to extract quite a lot of herself to beat her rival Andrea Meyer in the uphill only 48 hours ago. She probably had to work really, really hard because she was holding off a lot of determined younger athletes on the climb, on the first descent. And now she just needs to make it safe.
Hey, she made it, interestingly, she made it safe, didn't she, from around 20 minutes into the race. She obviously established a huge lead. Just worked on that since. Here we go. So this is the final little climb, and then 200 meters into the celebrate. Up and down champion of Europe. It's going to be about 77 minutes.
Here we can see the cameraman who's been keeping her company for these last few kilometers.
Yeah, she's thanking him for his work. Very generous.
She gets to cover now the final stretches of this first European Off-Road Championship. So this, in many ways, this is very fitting that these are the last few 100 meters that we're going to see a decisive few 100 meters for the win, for the gold medal for Switzerland. And it's not going to end here from what we hear. 2 gold medals, but we know Mohamed she doesn't intend to quit just yet.
There's definitely more in the tank. There's a few more seasons yet for Maud. And there we go, picking up the Romanian flag.
It's a wonderful moment for Monica Florea, you know, to see Romania again is not a nation either that has won many medals at these championships. So here, the Balkan champion can add a silver European medal to her collection, and I'm sure, you know, much as it's nice to win these local championships against your rival neighboring nations, this is going to be probably the biggest moment of her mountain hunting career.
She ran a brave race as well, hasn't she? She committed early on, followed Maud's attack, covered the gap, made sure that she was in there, and then has just basically confirmed her strength the entire way through. It's time to wave that flag. Come on, come on, come on.
Monica Marilina Florea for the silver. And here is
Scotland's scout. Again, just picking up some praise, cheering from her team manager Mark Crowsdale there, just in the final 200 metres. So,
interestingly, we can see Scout Atkin appears to have actually opted for very grippy running shoes rather than the slightly, you know, bouncier trail running models. You wonder, would that be a mistake on a course like this?
Well, yes. Open to speculation, isn't it? I would say no, but it looked a bit loose, didn't it? And grippy would help, but speed has been the essence today. But well done, Scout. Fabulous job. She's had a fantastic championship.
She can't fault herself, and you know, as we know, she's a very young competitor. You know, she could have more than a decade of running ahead of her at this level.
Yeah, I think she'll be looking at podium finishes for quite a while. Yes.
Like so many others who cross this finish line, she is spent, as she should be.
I think she can claim that was a tough race.
It looks like it's Susanna Sapunki.
Rene, what brand shoe has she got on?
I didn't get a clean look there.
I didn't get that actually.
Because I thought, as a British athlete, she might favour actually Innovate, because she's Innovate socks. Yeah, I wouldn't be one bit surprised that she could be an Innovate sponsored athlete. And here is Susanna Sapunki of Finland.
Great run.
Yeah, she's.
Is that Susanna?
No, it looks like an Italian.
Whoa!
Oh, that's a bit too much. She wants to drink first. Don't splash me. Yeah. Don't, not the hair.
Here's Susanna.
So it looks like 5th place, you know. So she's had 2 great, solid races. You know, and again, Finland is not a nation we're used to seeing at championships like this.
No, it's not very mountainous. There's some slopes in Lapland, but I still wouldn't call them mountains.
Yeah, and a few interesting trail races, but you know, they are known as the nation of 1,000 lakes.
Yeah, she definitely runs around lakes, that's for sure. Italy 2 in there. Result, Italy have 2 past the line. Switzerland 2 past the line.
Here we see the first Spanish finisher with 7:08, so she held on, and that was on DC Turbe.
We've got 2 Swiss in and 2 Italians.
Yeah, I think the Italians know that something good is about to happen there on the team front. We seem to have in Sara Bottarelli as well as the aforementioned, you know, Alice Gaggi, who we quite favoured, you know, because she was she's been well up in some of the previous races.
So it's an all-important 3rd runner now. Swiss or Italian for the team gold. Have Switzerland got 3 runners?
They do.
They do.
In fact, they have 4.
In fact, we misidentified a Swiss runner, didn't we? So, with a chance for gold here, Switzerland. Spaniard.
Yes, second Spanish coming down here. This
400 or
final
500 meters to run. Yeah.
caught up descent that we have now seen throughout these days. And Sarah McCormack is being challenged here by Slot Boom. Can she hold her off? Does she have the sprint speed?
Was there a no?
That is a real track style we are seeing here from Slot Boom.
Yeah, you can't.
So Sarah McCormack, the 35-year-old Irish woman, you know, who's had such a long and distinguished career for Athletics Ireland. You know, so she's starting on roads and cross country, and then slowly over years transitioning first into Irish mountain running, and then, you know, the pure British fell running, and then, you know, with many results on the World Mountain Running's World Cup Series. And here we've got 7:07 is Gisela Carrion. Carry on, you know, that is.
Yeah, there's a second Briton. Is that Kate Avery?
Here we've got Pavla Shona Batusova from the Czech Republic.
And then a Spanish woman, and then Kate Avery.
The Czech is bursting for the start line, or for the finish line here, whereas the Spanish runner is really struggling.
Spain, 2 in for Spain now, so it's still very open, this team is.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we're actually seeing here that at the earlier checkpoint, the European Athletics website believed that the Czech team was in the lead. But I think those checkpoints may have missed time a few runners.
3 in for Britain.
Getting updates.
We're doing with 3 in for Britain for sure.
Let's see here what we have at this point in the race. And again, just as a reminder to the listeners at home, you can go on reventonelpaso.livetrail.run just to catch the final update. At the moment, we have, it looks like about a third of the female field. Yeah, we have got 16 out of 44 starters across the finish line.
2 in for France, 3 in for Britain, 2 in for Switzerland, and 2 in Italy. Still open, I think.
So Switzerland have 16 points.
They got 3 in.
Yes, they have 3 in.
Switzerland for gold. Then.
Italy with 24. Britain with I'm only seeing at the moment we have Scout Atkin in 3rd, and we have got
2 have just crossed
Kate Avery in 11th. Yeah, okay, I need to just update my feed again here.
Yeah.
So we get the 3rd British finisher in the tally.
Looks like gold for Switzerland, silver.
And here we see Distress, the first Norwegian runner. His wheelchair has been in action a few times over the weekend.
In fact, on the finish line, the Britons think they finished 3rd, and they're very happy with that.
Izadela Stranska of the Czech Republic.
So celebrating, not prematurely. So
it doesn't look like the Czech can challenge. At the moment, they have the 10th place and 15th place finisher, so they've already got a tally of 25, awaiting their 3rd finisher. Looked like it could be one of the Spanish.
We got War Matisse, 17:30 from Monica Floria of Romania. Scout Atkins the bronze medal.
Yeah, and quite big gaps really here in this field. You know, we have basically a minute between most of the finishers here. Then it starts to tighten here. The 5th spot, they're getting a bit closer. Alice Gaji got herself into 6th. We have Natalie Gemperli of Switzerland in 7th. Ondisi Turber of Spain in 8th. Flavia Stutz in 9th. You know, and that's really the crucial part of this race, was that these 2 Swiss runners managed to push themselves in front of the runners from the bigger nations, certainly the nations that dominated so far, France, Spain, Italy, to give a team gold for Switzerland, which will really move them up the medal table as well.
I'll have to check with our colleagues next door, but Spain were winning total medal count. We're winning this championship. I think possibly that's changed now if France might move.
We saw here where Switzerland had 6 medals and 1 gold before today, but they're obviously securing, by the looks of it, 2 gold medals. So that will bring them up to 8 in total with 3 goals, and actually bring them ahead of Great Britain.
To double the win, but it's always hard, and it's always difficult to do it. So I'm so happy with this double title.
But tell us about the race today. You ran so well on Friday. I'm sure you would have to be very careful with your recovery over the last 48 hours. So did that influence your tactics in today's race? Did you start out slowly, or did you just feel good and go for it from the gun?
No, I started a little bit slowly than on Friday, and I prefer this long distance than the short distance. So I was more comfortable in this distance. But the women behind are not very far, so I had to push, from the middle until 1 kilometer to the finish.
And with 1 kilometer to go, did you realize then that yesterday would be your day for an incredible double? Did you enjoy that last 1 kilometer?
Yeah, sir.
Maud, you spoke to us on Friday about how important it is to have a life outside of running. So I'm sure the last 2 days you disconnected, spoke with your family and just rested. Tell us about the last 48 hours since your victory on Friday.
Yes, I thought to my family, of course, and I said them on Sunday it's just bonus, and if I can do it, I will do it.
Maud, you're an incredible ambassador for the sport, a legend of our sport. Earlier on, we had the under-20 athletes here. For those watching, if there's one tip that you can give the future athletes watching, what would it be?
If you have to have patience. Normally you are better and better with the years, and it's important to vary, to do different sports, not only running.
Maud, thank you for your wise words. Thank you for being with us. An incredible double champion, everybody. We'll see you next year, maybe for a 5th, and maybe for the double-double. Who knows?
I hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Maud. There you go, guys. What an incredible European champion. Maud Matthias from Switzerland. Back to you guys in the studio.
There you go. There's that word again that the French used, passion. So Maud clearly has a passion for victory.
Yes, and it couldn't be the hardest thing to have a passion for.
But I also like to tip. You get better as you get older, which is clearly positive for us older runners who are approaching yet another decade.
And what we hear really as well, what we see with people like Maud Matthias is, that the will to win means nothing, as the saying goes, without the will to prepare. And that's where you need to have the real passion in many ways. And she dabbles in so many mountain sports, like many of the other athletes here. And I'm sure if you'd asked the question, most athletes like this, there's nothing they want to do more than be out there on the trails and the hills. And that helps an awful lot, because if you have to fight for the motivation to do the basics, and a lot of the basics for these events can be fairly uneventful. I used to train an athlete who said he knew his training was going fantastic when it was slightly boring.
Well, yes, I mean, distance running, you could say that. If you don't have to think about it and you're piling in 100 kilometers a week or whatever, you don't have to think about it. That's the best way. I mean, we used to run when I was a runner 100 miles a week, and it was easy. But again, kind of nondescript. That's the most important part of your training, isn't it? It's not the glamorous stuff that you're watching today. That's the icing on the cake. It's all the other bits and bobs that you have to do. In Britain, they're celebrating the bronze medal, I think. Let's hope so.
Just check in here because we do have a good few more finishes in now, and I will actually encourage our listeners and viewers actually hear the team results official. So Swiss 17 points, 7 points clear of Italy. Yeah, and you can hear Paul here very happy that Great Britain held on. You know, Spain were 15 points adrift in fourth, and so we have France as well with 63. So they couldn't quite extend their general dominance of these 3 days to this event. But we have a few more teams to finish. In fact, we have a total today of 10 teams competing in the senior women's. So we're still waiting for the Czech team to come up, for the Irish team, for the Norwegian team, the Romanians and the Slovenians.
I think Spain are happy with fourth. They're celebrating next door in the studio there. I can hear them cheering along, so that's good. But we're cheering more for Great Britain third. So that's put us quite well in the medal table.
We also have, if you go to the El Paso 22 results.european-athletics.com, or just go to European Athletics and search for this championship, the European Off-Road, you will see a very interesting table with the splits at 2.5K, 8.9 and 15, and how the race unfolded. But while you do that, here is confirmation once again of the top 10 that we saw just earlier. So the prediction
ya sabíamos que iba a salir rapidísima, pero bueno, yo sabía que no podía seguir ese ritmo desde el principio, así que he decidido hacer mi carrera y bueno, al final lo he dado todo, que eso era lo más importante para el equipo.
¿Qué tal estos días de convivencia con todas ellas?
Bueno, pues espectacular. Aparte de esta vivencia, esta carrera, el estar con la gente, el equipo nacional, la verdad que es un equipo, como bien dice. Y bueno, esto hace piña y hace que para las siguientes carreras, aparte de rivales, seamos compañeras y amigas.
¿Algo más que quieras decir? ¿Has venido con la familia?
Imprescindibles y...
¿Qué estoy oyendo? ¿Que se casa? ¿Eso es cierto?
Sí, me caso en un mes y bueno, pues estoy feliz de que en esta y en todas las carreras siempre me acompañan. Para mí son lo más importante.
Enhorabuena.
Gracias.
¡Viva los novios! Grita Gisela. Vamos con Gisela. ¿Qué tal? Buenos días.
Hola, buenos días.
Bueno, ¿cómo estás? ¿Contenta? ¿Feliz?
Sí, yo siempre estoy feliz. Estar aquí ya es un premio después de todo. Después de un año complicado para todos, pandemia. Luego yo entré en lesión y justamente también estalló el volcán. O sea que todos de alguna manera hemos sufrido de una manera u otra. Y lo importante es que hemos salido, como siempre se sale de los malos momentos. Y aquí estamos todos para disfrutarlo. Enhorabuena para toda la organización. Un excelente todo. Y nada, me llevo un súper buen recuerdo. La posición es que me la repampinfla. Lo importante es que lo hemos disfrutado todos, todas. Y nos llevamos otro recuerdo para la maleta y a seguir sumando.
Te voy a hacer dos preguntas más, espero que no se me ocurra ninguna por el camino. La primera es que te veía esta mañana con un semblante serio, no sé si recordando alguna que otra victoria que has ya también disfrutado aquí en El Paso, o es que había cierto nervio y miedo.
Bueno, estar en la selección después de todo lo que ha pasado, pues te exige también una concentración y una disciplina que tienes que mostrar y te tienes que creer. Al final, concentración, pistoletazo, hacer tu carrera, disfrutarlo al máximo, dar el máximo de ti, porque por algo hemos entrenado y bueno, disfrutarlo el resto, disfrutarlo con los compañeros, compañeras y eso, llevarse un súper buen recuerdo a la mochila.
Bueno, y la última, que es la más complicada, ¿qué ha pasado cuando habéis llegado aquí las 4, que habéis empezado a gritar que esta noche que vuelva Macaco? ¿Qué ha pasado ahí?
Bueno, es que claro, meten nuestra carrera después del concierto de Macaco. ¿Que tú te crees?
Por cierto, no fuiste, claro, por eso dices que vuelve esta noche.
Bueno, eso es lo que se creen.
¿Lo has llamado? No, llámale.
Te dirá otra cosa.
No lo sé, lo vamos a intentar llamar para hacer lo posible que venga, ¿vale?
Sí, entre Macaco y yo se quedan secretitos.
Vamos con Laia. Laia, ¿qué tal? Buenos días.
Muy bien, muy bien. Demasiado feliz.
Demasiado feliz, eso es muy bonito, suena muy bien. Cuéntanos, el antes y el después, ¿cómo ha sido?
Ha sido, vamos, antes estaba nerviosa, pero es que cuando ha empezado tan rápido, ni me lo creía. Pero bueno, al final he intentado seguir al grupo de adelante, pero imposible. Y después pues he intentado hacer mi carrera y joder, es un lujo estar aquí.
¿Con qué te vas a quedar? Cuando pasen unas semanas, unos meses, ¿Qué crees tú que te va a venir al recuerdo después de estar aquí en el Paso en esta carrera en el europeo?
Pues teniendo en cuenta que hace 2 años ni corría y que ahora estoy aquí en unos europeos con la selección, pues me voy a quedar con todo, con los recuerdos, con la selección, con los compañeros, con la carrera, con la organización, con todo.
Enhorabuena.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, pues un rostro de felicidad, una más, y vamos ya con Ondich. Ondich, no voy a reproducir lo que me ha dicho nada más entrar en meta, pero lo podéis imaginar. Iba sexta la capitana y dice: Jaime, me han pasado 2 bajando y esto no me lo perdono. Tampoco es para tanto, Ondich. Buenos días.
Hola. Buenos días.
¿Cómo ha ido la carrera? Cuéntanos, estabas ahí adelante en sexta posición, al final todo se hace largo y no has podido aguantar el envite de los últimos metros, pero desde dentro, ¿esto cómo se vive?
Pues bien, sabía que la bajada no era lo mío, así que he intentado luchar por ese puesto, pero nada, no ha podido ser y me han pasado 2.
Oye, yo no sé qué es más difícil gestionar, los nervios, el controlar, el frenarte, no sé si había algún tipo de estrategia. En tu caso, ¿cómo ha sido?
Pues la verdad que he intentado mantener la calma porque sabía que se iba a salir rápido y bueno, creo que poco a poco he ido de menos a más, pero bueno, la verdad que, si te digo la verdad, creo que sin pensarlo mucho, automáticamente ha salido.
¿Firmabas una 8ª posición antes de salir?
No, para nada. Viendo el nivel, pues ayer hablando con las compañeras, pues dijimos que lo íbamos a dar todo, pero que iba a ser complicado, pero lo hemos luchado y creo que hemos hecho un buen papel todas. Hemos disfrutado, la organización ha sido de 10 y solo palabras de agradecimiento para los que están ahí al otro lado.
Te pido que nos cambiemos de lengua y que dejes un mensaje para tus paisanos. ¿Qué les dices?
Betiko ari, eskerrik asko, bide honetan laguntzeagatik eta momentu oro besteagatik.
Pues ahí queda para todos ellos, así que Rafa nos lo va a traducir en breve. Gracias Ondich, gracias Gisela, gracias Laia, gracias Yolanda, chicas, excepcional en el día de hoy. Aplausos para ellas, la selección nacional española, mientras siguen entrando de la selección de Rumanía.
Qué bien, ¿no? Congratulations, Spain there.
Vamos a escuchar la traducción.
Just about it for the championships, isn't it? Do you think there's a couple still out on the course? Maybe we're more or less ready to sign off, I would suspect.
At our last reading, we still had 3 runners out there, excuse me, on the course. But yeah, we are getting ready. We can see here, you know, the organization is just slowly ramping down as we follow this low-key action here at the finish line aid station. So it would be a lot to reflect on, but I think, you know, at this stage we have said nearly everything we wanted to say about these championships.
Probably.
But it's fair to say, I believe this format works, and I'm sure there will be, hopefully, many more to come. We're just actually seeing here the various results from today. We saw Sylvain Cachard in the first race. He won the elite men's up and down, followed by Cesare Maestri of Italy and Dominic Rolli in third of Switzerland.
We'll probably get the women's race. Yes, you're right. I mean, it was worth all that argument, I guess, that Sarah Roll had with the organising committees around the world to make sure that this event really did take off, and well done creating such a fabulous package.
Here we see the victory for Elia Matteo in the men's 5.4 kilometer elite under 20 up and down race. This was always a very, very dramatic race with lots of changes of position. We had Marcus Villamura in second, the Spanish runner, and Finlay Grant in third, who overtook Fraser Gilmore, who had taken out the lead early on.
Yeah, that was my race of the day. I apologise for Fraser for hanging the gold medal around his neck too early on there.
This is the race we've just watched now come into view. So Maud Matisse, who won her 5th European gold medal, or her 2nd, if you consider this championship a fresh start. You know, we will leave that to you to decide. We had Romania got into the medal table with Monica Maddalena Florea in 2nd, and Scout Atkin of Great Britain got 3rd place. Then the rest, of course, we will have some team results to come out. They need to be finalised as the last few teams come in. But first, we have the under-20 women's up and down race, which was won as we had favoured Ida Valdal, and she did do the work. She was neck and neck with Eve Whittaker, who had really taken the lead towards the start of the second lap. But Ida Valda really pulled away on that climb. Yves Whittaker held on for second, with the Italian Axel Vicari in third position.
Credit to Yves there, that was fantastic. And here's the team results: Italy, Switzerland, France in the men's race. Britain back there in fifth. And well done, Norway actually in seventh place. That's a good result for them, I think. Italy, of course, the dominant nation in the world of mountain running and off-road championships.
We can see how close it was there from third to sixth. And what's this here? The Up and Down Mountain Race Elite today. So that's not a finished table. We have more teams yet to come in. But the Swiss, 7-point leaders on Italy, and another 7 points down to Great Britain, who had a fairly comfortable lead down to the Czech Republic and Spain. They look tied, but the tiebreaker will be which of those two teams has the first runner across the line, the first last runner across the line.
And there we go, gold medal for Great Britain in the first race of the day, or first under 20 race of the day, sorry. Okay, from Spain, from France.
And see how tight that was, 2 points in it for them.
And the under 20 women, well done, France.
Yeah, another very tight race, 3 points in it there, 4 down to Italy, who then had a fairly comfortable jump down to Spain and Romania.
France almost as dominant as Italy in this championships.
It'll be fascinating to see in the coming period. So this time around, we watched uphill courses for the under 20s and the seniors, over 5.2 kilometers and nearly 9 kilometers. We then had this very long 47-kilometer trail race yesterday. Of course, short if there's ultra distance runners listening, or even for Mort Matisse, it might be short. But then today we saw these a fairly long up and down compared to the traditional up and down races in the past. It'll be fascinating to see how much variation we are going to experience over the coming years as this championship hopefully goes from strength to strength. It looks like a bit of a 4 there for Jennifer Elvin. Just very darkened shoulders.
A few fatigued athletes now. So I think
we're watching Annika Seefeld here, who didn't feature in the race, but she's getting a bit of coverage here. She relaxes in the shadow.
I think we should just let you watch these pictures and wait for us to say goodbye.
This was Malta's Cara Abdillah, who is the last finisher, I believe, in the ladies' race. So that should complete this race.
Always important after such a demanding race.
She is not given a choice on the matter in this case, but she gets to show off the official sponsors of the athletic championship, which is Joma. So
I guess your quads take a beating in this event.
Yeah, inner thighs. We can see on the runner next to us getting a massage on the outer shin. All these small stabilizing muscles just get an absolute beating in races like this. And we can confirm now that obviously the winning time this race was 67:30, and the final runner arrived in 1 hour 44:37. So again, quite the spread there. So the Slovenians getting a bit of a talking to. Yeah, she doesn't seem quite happy with something. Explaining it to her coach.
Well, all runners are the same. You're quite happy for 5 minutes, and then you go into deep analysis and work out that you're not really happy at all. Could have run so much quicker.
One of the important things for competitors, especially the best, is they can take any kind of disappointment or step back. They will analyze it, and then they're going to leave it in the past.
As we all do with this.
This is Christelle Duval we're just watching here. She's gotten her feet on. Just look at the difference, the dirt and the tan.
Go away, cameraman.
These are the these are the running cameras, and really the part of the unsung heroes, along with so many other members of the vast crew that have supported us over these, not just these last 3 days, but all the days of preparation before, all the sleepless nights in the months and maybe years ahead that this has been in the planning. And they're not done here because they have a big cleanup job, and that's just beginning now.
Yes, sadly, it's the most important part. Well, not sadly, it is the most important part of the weekend, isn't it? Cleaning up and showing that they're leaving no trace. I hope there's some applause next door.
I think it was the official farewell, so I think this is...
We're off.
Yeah. It's been an absolute pleasure, and hopefully we will see you at the World Championship. So signing off here from El Paso, La Palma.